What's up, Kefnet? Morning, Nayuda. I want to leave that alone. What's up, Nina? Hey, thank you much, Zeno. Why'd I call you Zeno? Kenzo. Hey, save. I was wondering if we try it out. BU increases burn damage significantly. You know what? Let's go ahead and try him, Pooty. I did not have a lot of luck with him. I guess we'll be replacing... I mean, we're giving up the extra burn on Carrot. We're giving up the shackle removal of Mercedes. I don't think it's going to be enough. I'll go ahead and try him, though. Man, get it. Wait, we just need... we need more effectiveness. There we go. That's pretty good. We'll give this a try. And... I guess we'll try... I guess we'll leave Seal on him. And spread his attack around. 90 is all we need for the effectiveness. 95. It's going to lower our effectiveness a little bit not using Carrot. We'll try this. Robin hasn't come home. It's okay, Death Pod. She's not good. I'm not even kidding. If you haven't pulled Robin yet, I would wait, because I'm not seeing a need for her. Aramentha does almost everything Robin does. 40% damage, burn damage increase doesn't seem the same, but we're losing extra detonates. We're losing a shit ton of extra burns. We're losing a consistent extra burn every time she's hit. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but we'll see. Maybe you are right. Everybody and their brother keeps telling me to use Bihu. We tested him last night and it wasn't good, but to be fair, Sue tested him. I'm not sure what build he used on it. What's up, No Name? Blackheart? Good to see you guys. Yeah, the word on the street is she is garbage tier for RTA. Like, literally garbage tier for RTA. And right here, she's best in slot for here for sure, but she's only slightly better than Fire Aramentha in the same spot. And when I say slightly better, I mean one turn clear is one turn clear. And if you can one turn clear without her, what's her point? What's her purpose? And we're already 2 turn clearing without her at RC6. So what's my motivation for pulling this unit if we can one turn clear with her? If we can 2 turn clear with her at RC6, doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. This isn't bad. We're at 13%. This isn't bad. Yeah, I'm two-shotting with her at, well, I'm RC6 now, but I was two-shotting with her at RC5. I got 3 of her, so anybody who's saying that they regret pulling her, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, if you don't have Aramentha, the pickings are kind of slim if you don't have Aramentha. You can run Holiday Euthene, who will probably be better after the balance patch because of Indestructible Gators. You can run Charlotte, you can, I mean, really, you can just 3-man it, right? It's slower, but you can just 3-man it with Carrot, Hazel, and Mercedes. The 4th unit's your flex pick. That helps speed it along. So you could run Cirilla, you could run Bihu, you could run Charlotte, you could run Holiday Ufine in that 4th socket, and you're eventually going to get to 1-turn clears. It's just going to take longer to get to 1-turn clears. This wasn't bad. It could be an RNG run, but we're not 2-turn clearing with this team. Losing Carrot is just so freaking hard, guys. Just so freaking hard. Yeah, we're only at 11. We should be at 8. Sorry, losing Carrot. Let's try her in place of Robin and see what happens. I'm not going to mess with the speed on him because, again, he doesn't bring a lot. This is just the 3-man +1. I want to see what this looks like. Hey, Joe! You got 3 of her too. I know. I was like, okay, 1 for the imprint, and I'll keep the 2nd one for RTA, and this will be amazing. And then, like, evidently she's dog water in RTA. I legitimately, like, reported to Epic 7 directly and said, guys, she's dog water in RTA. She doesn't look like she has any PvE uses outside of Rift and maybe Arahakan. Haven't tested her there yet. And in Rift, she is entirely replaceable by a whole host of other units for 1-turn clears. So what's the point of this unit? I'm not saying she needs an emergency buff, but maybe she needs an emergency buff. She's amazing in Nightmare Lab. That's freaking amazing. Okay, so at least she'll have 1 use once a month. That's not good, though. Pop, pop. Are all Fire Rift units going to be Rift only? Are all Fire Rift units going to be Rift only? I'm really, really tired, Nayuda. Could you rephrase that in a way a 5-year-old could understand? Because I'm not sure what you mean by that. Rift can only use fire units, if that's what you mean. And any fire unit that burns is pretty good in Rift. You can use bleed units. You can use Kane. You can use Thurin. You can use Haste. But bleeds are so bad in this, like 1/5 of the damage of burns, that I would not recommend it unless you have no other option and you're just going to try to grind out that battle pass and then never do Rift again. Okay, so check it. Putting Carrot back in the front and replacing Robin with Bihu legitimately did more damage than Bihu in the front with Robin in the back. I think dropping Carrot is a huge mistake. She is so important to this team with her extra burns. Yeah, see, we're down to an 11-turn clear again, and we still have 7 rounds left. We're probably going to get down to a 10 or 9. Still not as good as Robin, but it just goes to show you, here is another option for people without Robin. You can 3-turn clear with Bihu. Yeah, it's even better than Robin and Bihu. Carrot and Bihu is even better than Robin and Bihu. So yeah, there are lots of options back here. Lots of options, guys. I just put a guide in my Discord channel. Explanation Discord for those of you in Twitch and for those of you in on YouTube in the description of the video, right? But it's right here under Wolf's Rift Guides. Go for the Fire Rift 2025 one. And it's got a link to the video and then the basics. There are 3. You guys can't see this because I don't have the right screen up. That's brilliant. Good job, Tristen. On the ball. Boop. There we go. So in my Discord. Join my Discord. !Discord. And if you're in the YouTube side, it's in the description of the video. Or stream. But look for this Fire Rift 2025 guide, right? There's multiple rifts in here. There's another Fire Rift. This is the old Kane one. Ignore it. Go for the Fire Rift 2025 guide. Picture Mercedes in there. And it's got a link to the video, which I put together really, really quick last night for you guys. So forgive any mistakes or misnamings. The core of the Rift team. Why is this? Okay, so make this bigger. So the core of the team, the core of any Rift team is the three principal free-to-play units. Mercedes, who everyone has, Carrot, who pretty much everyone can get, and Mascot Hazel, who pretty much everyone can get. I should really change that to say Researcher Carrot. The fourth unit's a flex pick. The best in-slot options are Robin and Aramentha. Robin is slightly more damaged than Aramentha, but they're both very good. If you've got Aramentha, you can totally skip Robin. I'm not even kidding. If you got Aramentha, you can just say, I'm saving my bookmarks for something better and skip Robin. But Robin does do slightly more damage than Aramentha, and I think at the higher RC levels, RC8, RC15, Robin might start to shine a little bit better, be a little bit lower gear requirement, but she's the best choice. You can use both Robin and Aramentha, true. It's not as fast, but you can do that. After Aramentha and Robin for that fourth pick, the pickings get really slim. You can use Fire Dingo. You can use Holiday Euphine, although be aware Holiday Euphine will be better after the balance patch because she'll be able to use indestructible gators. She can't use gators until the balance patch. Cirilla slaps pretty good in that fourth pick spot. Charlotte and Bihu. But all these units are so much slower, just kind of expect it to be, one turn longer on your runs. Maybe you're 3 or 4 turn clearing instead of 2 or 3 turn clearing. Did I misspell Researcher? Man. Thank you. Tired. Up till 5 a.m. And then it's got the stats and screenshots of all of the builds for the core team, and then the screenshot of Aramentha for the alternate, and then we talk about the less effective Robin alternatives that you can build the same. Let's go ahead and add here in Bihu. Also Bihu, but built like Carrot. And also I mentioned that you can do a bleed team if you really have no other options. Bleed team like Haste and Surin and Kane, it can work, but it is dog shit. It is so bad, guys. Burns are so much better than bleeds in this. So I would only do it if you're desperate to finish out the battle pass and you've got no other options. Okay, let's drop Robino back in here to get this cleared out. I want to get to RC8 to see if Robin starts to shine there. Yeah, for sure. They did not intend us to do this without Robin. I mean, if you were Netmarble guy, would you want us to do this without Robin? We all know limited summer units are coming. The only reason to pull this unit is if she is good in RTA and if she is good in Rift. And they've dropped the ball on one, and the other one, the fact that there are other options is pretty sad. I believe Netmarble guy is with the company live. A lot of people got confused. The guy that was on screen bowing and stuff, the head of the Smilegate or Super Creative Department, he got fired. I'm not sure about Netmarble guy. I'd have to double check that, but I know there was some confusion. That guy got fired shortly after the Awakened Potential nonsense. But the guy that was on screen bowing and apologizing for Awakened Potential, that was not Netmarble guy. Different guy. But yeah, I should research that a little bit more. But, you know, Netmarble guy never really had much of any impact on this game. He's just over the entire ass company, of which this game is a small part. So, but we just use him as a nebulous example of Smilegate corporate bad decisions. It's nice to have a face to draw a target on, right? I got Robin after watching your video, and I did your guide without using her, and now what am I supposed to do with her? She's pretty, and I can't imagine she won't get a buff at some point in time. I was hoping this was going to be like Fene and you could solo it. I think you will be able to at RC50. It'd be more like Wukong, right? Where Wukong could solo it at RC21. I think at RC8 and probably RC15, Robin can solo. And that's something Elemental will not be able to do as solo. So, there you go, Prince Charming. There's the salve for your soul. Is you'll be able to drop all these units, put all of their gear back where it belongs, and just Robin solo at RC15. That's the saving grace to make Robin good. Maybe they thought maybe Fene was... Yo, Fene was 100% a mistake. Are you kidding me? They did an entire Ice Chloe demo in the Fene Rift. They ran the Ice Chloe banner right after. And then Fene just soloed and nobody pulled on Ice Chloe. It's bad enough that they fuckered up here, and I don't know if they messed up the pen skill. If they... Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Joe, right? If the front row unit's not a knight penetrates, did we really even test into that to see if that's working? Is the front row unit still getting penned, or... Because, I mean, I don't know how every single... We've run Meru in the front, we've run Mercedes in the front, we've run Bihu in the front, you know, we try, and this freaking carrot has only got 1200 attack. I don't know how she is surviving. Oh yeah, sure. I'll jump in a room, hang on. Look at that, 37%. Do you see how much better that cleared? What's the benefits of soloing versus team? Gear. You can literally just... My carrot is wearing gear that is not conducive for her use in Nightmare Raid. My Mercedes is not geared the way I run her in Nightmare Raid. Some people are running other units. They might want to move this gear back around. I've got stupid high-end gear on Robin, which I would like to downgrade and put that gear back on other units. So, you know, eventually it lets you get to a point where you can not have to gear this to ridiculousness. And that's why I'm pushing hard, so I can put my gear back where it belongs. Hang on, Joe. Docs the dev room. Oops. Just jump in this stream waiting room and I'll pull you over, brother. What gear do I put on Robin if I want to rift? Join my Discord, !Discord, and go check out the room that says Rift 2025, or you can watch the new video. Let me put that video up in the pinned comments. Hang on here. What's up, Mr. Joe?
Hello.
Ooh, let me turn you up. You are quiet. There we go. Say hi again.
Hello.
Hey, there you are.
12 hours of Epic 7 later.
Oh my god. I streamed for 7 hours last night. By the time that video was done, I went to bed at like 5 a.m. and I just lay there tossing and turning for a half hour because I was like so overstimulated.
I did the entire Robin experience. I did Rift with Robin. I did RTA with Robin. I took her to a movie with Robin. I did everything. She didn't perform well in RTA though.
Yeah, Vic Chun said she is absolute dog water in RTA.
She's bad. You need so much to set her up. You need SBA on book. You need
Oop.
all these different things. I came real close to winning one game with Robin, and I didn't have enough for the soul burn to detonate.
Now,
so
did you
yeah.
win a game with Robin, or did you almost win a game with Robin, or was she just a cheerleader?
Almost won a game, and then kind of fell on my face. I went 0-6, 0-7 with her. But no, I spent 2 hours of my stream helping new players and stuff like that, going over stuff with Rift. I used my Cecilia for a night. I used Mercedes. I used Charlotte. I had people coming in saying, "Oh, I want to pull Charlotte." I was like, "Well, I wouldn't really pull Charlotte because we got Frida coming soon. We got."
Hey Joe, hang on one quick second. Shiako, you need to leave right now. I'm not even kidding. You need to leave my stream. You need to get into a car, go to a convenience store, and buy a lottery ticket. Things come in threes, and you just knocked out 2 insane lucks, bro. So make sure you get that done. This is Joe 5K, longtime supporter of the stream. I call him Joke because it's funny. He was testing Rift alongside us last night, and he's just in here to give us his takes about. He did the whole Robin experience through Rift, through RTA, and he's kind of letting us know how it went. Sorry, Joe. Continue, my friend.
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm looking at the post that Shiako, or that someone posted right now. They're showing the 10 goal I'm looking at right now with Koeric and Luna.
Yeah, that's wild, man. That's must be nice. I went all the way to pity chasing an artifact that I don't think is very good, and but I did get a Storm Sword. I can't be too mad about an off-banner artifact when it's something like Storm Sword. So Joe, they are asking you, how about regular arena? Did you try her there?
I tried her in regular arena, and all I can say is good luck.
Doesn't sound hopeful.
I've got 3 or 4 defense wins where people tried to use Robin against me. She is not good. She is not at all worth your flags, guys. She's a glorified PvE unit. The only success I've heard with Robin is new players are able to use her in Nightmare Lab against the Spider guy. So
Sanka, I have not updated my versions of Python. My Fribbles still works. I don't know if the new versions of Python and NPCap break Fribbles or not. If they do, just uninstall them and go with the legacy versions mentioned in the importer. I know Fribbles is not keeping up with the importer as much as he used to, but I can't imagine that the software wouldn't be backwards compatible. But I really don't have an answer for that because I've not updated it. There we go, guys. So we did what? Like, we took it down to like 35-ish% running Robin. So let's see how Aramintha, let's see how we do without Robin. Ooh, these boots are kind of sexy. So you were saying she's really good in Devour Arahakan, right? God, really? A 4 and a 5? Bite me, Smilegate.
yeah, two viewers that came in after pulling her. They said with Nightmare Lab, they said because of her being able to put the debuffs down, the 2-3 burns and stuff like that, because the mobs need the burns. She's really good at being a crowd control for that. So she's outclassed Aramintha or SBA for Nightmare Lab, but I mean it's just one thing you do for once a month, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying, hey, Ainz is okay, you can use them on Nightmare Queen. Like, that's the saddest damn thing I've ever heard. Of course, that's what we say about Biblis too, right?
Yeah.
I wish Kizuna AI had a place for this Rift. I know, right? Fire Soul Weavers, you've got... I did hear somebody manage to get Tamarin to work. So I guess you could, in a pinch, use Tamarin in place of Mascot Hazel, but you're missing out on the greater attack buff. You're probably going to have to build your Tam very, very different. Ugh. Yeah, whoever the Aramantha spot there can literally be just about any fire unit in the game. Dingo, Holiday Euphine, Bihu, Robin, Charlotte. We've tested all these, and all of these are 2-turn clears. Yeah, there's no
friendship farm.
Yeah, think about what you lose for Tamarin's kit, right? No dual attacks, no CR pushing. This is not very limited healing. I am hoping things change a lot for Robin at RC8. We're going to push our way up there and see if we can make Robin great again.
Well, it seems like they want it to be for her. They got the later Rift controls at the end are Robin centric.
They also have that really nice mage controller too, but I think if we can solo with Robin, sure. I think by RC8 we're going to be 1-turn clearing. Maybe not RC8, but I think the end game for Robin is she'll be able to solo, which means you can put the gear back on your Carrot. You can put the gear back on your Mercedes. You can rebuild your mascot Hazel to whatever form she was before, right? And just run Robin and maybe or maybe not give her some supporters. Daryl says he's having some success with Robin on non-Harsetti arenas using Robin, Renok, ML Shrune, and SBA. Is Robin doing anything in that fight other than being a cheerleader, Daryl? Because on non-Harsetti teams, Renok, ML Shrune, and SBA with 3-man, most non-Harsetti teams.
I think if you're new, I think Hunt would probably be the best place to get your foot in the door, and then maybe eventually Rift, depending on how accessible it is.
If you want gear, Elohim, if you're farming equipment, if you can build a Rift team, it is technically better. It's about, depending on how many turns it takes you to clear Rift, if you can clear Rift in 4 turns, it's about the same. So yeah, that was kind of a stinky run. Robin is definitely better than Era, but not so much better. Still 3-turn clears. If you can, SBA Silverblade Aramantha, he just meant Fire Aramantha. People are so, oh no, yeah, on that team, on his arena team, yeah, Silverblade Aramantha. If you can clear Rift in 4 turns, it's basically the same as Hunts as far as gear you get per stamina. It's like ever so slightly better, but not enough to really matter. If you can do it in 3 turns, it's objectively better than Hunts. If you can do it in 2 turns, it's significantly better than Hunts. And if you can do it in 1 turn, it's almost twice as good as Hunts. So that's as far as gear goes. But if you can't clear it, if you're so new, it's taking you 5, 6, 7 turns, then maybe you just do it for the battle pass, and then you haul your ass over and you farm Hunts until you've got the units and gears to do Rift. This is end game PvE. It's not designed for new players. It's designed to give you something to chew on when you're deeper in the game. The whole point of Hunts is to act as a stepping stone between this or between Hunts and Rift. That's why there are 3 different stages. Think of this like you got Wyvern, normal, hard, and hell, right? Think of this as Nightmare. You know, think of this as just a super high end. And if you can do it, great. It's definitely better for gear. If you can't do it, that's fine. Hunts are what we all farmed for half of a decade. And it will definitely get you where you need to be. Maybe Bihu with skills off because 30% more damage. Okay, let me just clear this with Robin real quick, and then we'll go in and try Bihu again with his skills off. I think y'all, I think y'all are coping hard with poor Bihu.
We have the Bihu salesman to be in here.
I almost picked Bihu.
But no, the nice thing about Rift is that you got all of the accessible gears all in one place. You don't have to go, oh, I need to get stuff from Katie's for Torrent, and I need to get this from Azamanic and stuff like that. Like, I rarely touch Azamanic. I rarely touch Katie's.
Yeah.
I find myself in Rift or hunt more with like Wyvern and Banshee than I find myself in with Katie's or whatever.
Is it better to do hunts for speed chasing? No. Because you can select all 4 pieces of gear, and with hunts, you're going to wind up with a shit ton of speed subs on hit set. And that's so annoying, right? All your best speed gear winds up on hunts. Where hunts are better than Rift is Reforge mats. Hunts are much, much better because there are chances for 50 drops, and you can focus the Reforge mat that you want. So hunts are better for Reforge mats. Also, hunts occasionally drop things like Mystic bookmarks, Skystones, regular bookmarks, and some people who are desperate to get bookmarks, who are desperate to get Mystics. Mystics are hard to farm. It's one of the few places you can farm Mystics. It's slow. It's like a shot at getting 5 or 6 Mystics per run, which is what, 0.05% of an ML5, right? It's not a lot, but it adds up. So some people do like to farm hunts just for that Mystic income, and because Reforge mats are so important. If you're out of Reforge mats, if you don't have enough Reforge mats, you definitely farm hunt. The nice thing about Rift is you don't have any blue gear, and you get all of your gear from the drops for free. Bam, here's all your gear. With hunts, you get half of your gear from the drops and half of your gear in the form of crafting mats, which you then have to take to the steel workshop and craft your gear. And that costs gold. So Rift is a little bit more gold positive. You aren't spending gold to get the gear. It's just, here's the gear. You only spend the gold to upgrade it. So people struggling with gold will find Rift is not only better for the quality and quantity of gear, but that they're going to not have as many gold issues leveling the gear because they aren't spending gold crafting. So there's that too. What sets are best to pick on Rift? Loaded question.
Immunity.
If all things are equal, right? If you have got 10 billion of every Reforge mat and all of your gear, needs are basically the same. Your bruisers and your speedsters, all things being equal, not thinking about anything else other than that. The 4 best seats, four best sets are going to be speed set, destruction set, immunity set, and then the 4th one is kind of a flex pick. I would lean towards pen, torrent, and protection for that 4th set, and you can kind of bounce it around. But those are the 3 primary. But something I will encourage you to do. Damn, we did not 2-turn clear. That stupid last round boned us. I'm gonna have to restart this. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart this. This is my last chance. No, I got 2 chances remaining. Oh, damn it. Didn't show it there. The thing you can do is go look at your Reforge mats. If you're like me, I've got like 300 Wyvern mats, but I've got 4,000 Golem mats. And I've got 250 Banshee mats, but I got 6,000 Azamanic mats. So I am farming very, very heavily on Azamanic and Golem. I'm going for a protection set, HP set, and immunity set. Because when I get that good level 85 gear, I've got the Reforge mats to 90 it. So that's a min-maxing way you can do it, is look at your Reforge mats and farm the sets that you have Reforge mats to make. And then as you're farming those sets, you're getting other random Reforge mats, letting your other Reforge mats recuperate, and then you can shift over to other sets now that you have more of the other Reforge mats. You can't pick up what I'm laying down here. That way you don't just farm destruction, lifesteal, and counter, but you're out of Banshee mats, and you have to take time away from Rift to go power farm Banshee or grind through expeditions just to get the Reforge mats to level the new gear you got. You don't want to get a shit ton of gear that you can't take to level 90. Counter set is also pretty good. I would loop counter set in with that 4th set. I think counter set, protection set, pen and torrent set, those are all kind of the same level of valuable. Mort has really shit on the usability and usefulness of counter set. Mort's just everywhere. So counter set, though important, is not the god tier set it used to be. How many goes do you complete? 2? Although we did a run without Robin last round, so we might be stuck with 3. I'm hoping that this one seems to be doing a lot better. RNG was more on our side, so I think we're going to full clear this one. Maybe. Why Destruction? Because it's the highest gear score set in the game. If you have DPS units, you probably want them on Destruction. But again, I mean, like what Darren said, speed, immunity, counter, destruction. What if you have 6,000 Golem mats and 7,000 Katie's mats, but you only have 150 Banshee mats? Maybe you step off of counter and destruction. Did Robin frickin' die? God damn it, I need to build her HP a little higher. Oh, this was a full clear. Stupid game. My last chance, and then I'm just gonna have to eat it. Where was I? Oh yeah, so if you only have like 150 Banshee mats, those counter and destruction gears that really, it's just gonna start piling up in your inventory at level 85. You got no way to 90 them. So maybe that's a good time to shift over to some Katie's sets. Get your torrents and your destructions. Maybe it's a good time to switch over to some golem sets. Get your HPs and your protection sets, and give your Banshee mats time to restore and build back up. Hey Okami, thank you for the sub, buddy. Oh, and MCSDM, thank you for the sub. Both of you guys, you rock. Thank you so much for the support. Isn't Rage set better on Marrow than Death set and Rift? Early on it is. But when you get above RC18, just the multiplicative way of the way damage stacks, we've usually found Destro's a little better. Plus, it's going to limit your use outside. But yeah, I mean, it's not a huge difference. Go whichever works best for you, whichever gear you have laying around. Ace8119, thank you for the sub. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you for the sub. Spend all my leafs on Rift or save for summer. Yes. Definitely. What do you think, Joe? Dump it all into Rift or save for summer.
Let's see. I am sitting on 500 leafs right now. I am waiting for the weekend to see what they're doing. And after that, I mean, if they rerun the Frida and the Ida event, there's no special stuff there. You got the Rhythm Surfer game, so probably dump as much as you can into that. But then, who knows, maybe they do something special for the next summer unit. When they give us Swimsuit Vivian or something.
Yeah. Joe, if you have a cam you want to throw up, I'm happy to put your face on the screen too. Itazura, as soon as you claim the scroll, it goes live. It doesn't go to your mailbox. As soon as you claim it, your unequip is active. So be aware. God, why didn't I do that last night? I spent like friggin' 20 million gold building for this. I'm such a dumbass. That unequip was sitting there the whole time. Thanks. It's kind of crazy that the best in slot Rift is 3 free-to-play units. I think is crazy awesome. I think that's huge. Now, they're not free-to-play gear. Don't get free-to-play with early game mixed up. They're free-to-play units, but the gear is pretty heavy. Man, I can't believe I forgot that damn scroll. Hang on here, Joe. Let me see if I can do this in a way that doesn't break everything. Fine, it's gonna be 3 turns, whatever.
forehead.
Every time I do this, I have to move things around, so just bear with me. Everyone say hi to Mr. Joe. How you doing, buddy?
I'm
nice to have a face to a name.
Yeah, I'm doing great for someone that's been streaming
non-stop, man. I took a freaking nap. You just kept going.
Well, I was gonna stop, and then I got raided by Mr. Nezuko. Decided to raid me, and it was like, oh, can't end now.
Yeah, in for a penny, in for a pound at that point. Doesn't retrying or give up and rift cost stamina chances. It costs chances once you fail, and I mean fail, not you get all the way through it and then die, but actually fail. Then you lose a chance. And once you fail 3 times, any stamina you've put into it is gone. So make sure your team never dies. It's better to have 4 turn clears that are stable than 3 turn clears where you die often enough that it's risky that you might fail and lose stamina. Yeah, when we get to RC8, we're going to check. I think a lot of things are going to change for RC8. Charlotte might replace Carrot on the Robin teams. Robin might get closer to a one-shot. Araminta's buff might make her better. We're just going to have to see which rift control is going to be good there. And we're still a ways away. Yay, I got my XP boost from my pet.
But yeah, my overall first impressions of Robin, Arena, bad. RTA, bad.
Nightmare Raid, good.
Nightmare Raid, that's about it.
How are you feeling about Severed Horn Wand on her? The 15% extra attack versus Candlestick to cycle her S3 for more burns. I think we're fine on burns. I don't think we're having trouble maintaining the burns.
I had Cookies telling me that he had his Carrot was on Candlestick.
Yeah, that's what I have been running, but I was checking this out to see if... I mean, 15% more attack. I mean, that's taking her from, what, 681 times 1.5. That's taking her to 65. It's almost 1,000 more attack on her. That's going to make her burn stupid strong. Versus Candlestick for the chance to cycle. Should I plus 15 Robin for Rift? Slap her on Grace of Growth. Do not waste a single damn Mola on this unit until she proves herself at higher levels. Slap her on Grace of Growth. Don't do what I did and dump all your resources into this unit and pull 3 of her only to find out it looks like she's entirely skippable. Now, when we get to higher levels, she might start to shine. But right now, it's not looking good for our badass gunslinger.
She went from badass to
bad and ass, yeah.
Yeah. Her side story's pretty good.
I haven't even got a chance to look at it yet. All I've been doing is staring at this skinless dragon. Honestly, you don't want her S1 Moled because the bleed... Yeah, right? What dick at Smilegate thought, you know what, we'll put bleed on her to make her even worse than Rift.
I don't know. My first game I went and drafted her into KHM. I didn't even know I queued into KHM. And that was like, oh.
Entertain people. I gotta grab this call.
Alright.
Cross bump, this is Eric.
People? any success for your what do we got here? Who's pulling ML Aria next week when she comes out? Are you guys pulling Aria? Are you waiting for Ross?
Obey me. Obey me.
Or are you just gonna
Obey me.
whatever, just wing it?
Obey me.
I thought I'd be getting some
You-
rest.
You're keeping for Genius Ross. You might Arya for sure. Ross looks like a god.
Statistically,
Um,
the odds are on my side. Let's get it over with.
Should've
Yeah.
stayed in the night
I can't pass up with let's see.
Who am I to say?
You'll try to pull for her, skipping since you have a new account, trying to get both.
I don't know.
Definitely pulling for Arya. Arya is bait.
Blaze.
Won't surprise if they release episode 6. As far as I go with Arya and Ross and stuff like that, the whole debate is the way the E7's been running the ML5s, the characters and stuff like that.
Obey
I'm gonna pull for Arya. I have 3.5k mystics, and if I don't get her, oh well. I'll give it my best shot, and I'll go for Ross. Joe, Light Sid, and Robin, have you tested for Arena? I tested Robin with I tested Robin in Arena with well, it depends on where you're trying to test her. She might work with Luna and Frida and someone else, but most people up higher up in Arena where I am have Renak, have Parsetti, have others, and it's just a nightmare trying to go ahead and take down those teams. Like, it's attack at your own risk. And I already have about as much fun going into Flag Arena as I like. Do you know if speed is super strict like Hazel is 210? Okay, thanks. It's not worth it. Who doesn't? Well, yeah, that's the thing. Who doesn't work with Muna and Frida? Yeah, because that brings about the question with Luna being what's Ross going to be if Ross is if Ross is indeed the world's unit, which it looks 100% like he's probably going to be busted beyond belief. Landy was the world's unit in 23. She was busted. Now Landy's found herself more or less as a glorified PvE use. So, even though I still love my naval captain and she's gets an occasional game or whatever. But like Tristen saying, like I'm saying, guys, it for Robin's sake, if you have her, I wouldn't invest Molas. I wouldn't invest any resources. I'd just toss her into Grace and just go from there. She has good use with Teiyu and Zio. Oh, yeah, Zio's got the pushback and Teiyu's got the extra attack. But like the way I'm seeing stuff with RTA and stuff like that, I've played almost 800 games now and something like that. Is she a must pull? She's not looking like a must pull right now, unless there's something different. Unless you have limited bookmarks or something like that, and you're willing to just go ahead and just accept the skip. There's other alternatives to her. She's hot waifu, but hot garbage. You got 2 and 30 pull. What do I do, good sir? You pretty much print her with herself, and then put her in Grace of Growth, and then go with it from there. Or you just wasted your life. Yeah, unfortunately, you wasted your life. Sorry if I'm not getting anyone on the YouTube chat. I got Twitch chat open. So let me go ahead and pop out the double player. That way I get the second chat out there too. Let me do it like this. That way I can make YouTube chat feel appreciated too. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, there you go, you wonderful YouTube chatters. I can now see you guys too. But yeah, I would realistically say is if a lot of the higher up players were having troubles with her, like Vic, and I don't know if Ulf was having good or bad success with her.
I haven't talked to Elv yet, but Vic said for competitive high-end play, she is not a real unit. That
Well,
doesn't mean she won't be usable lower.
One of my guildmates was like, she'll be good in lunatic mode. Which is the last resort.
So that was a very solid 2-turn clear right there. So I think Robin is better than Aramantha, but she is... We're talking like on a 1 to 10 scale, right? 1 to 10 scale with this being a 10 for the best possible team. I think this is an 8. And then this is a 5. Literally this. The back spot's empty because you can put practically anybody there. Bihu, Cirilla, Charlotte, Holiday Euphine, especially after the balance patch. Literally anybody there because the front just 3-manning it, you can 3-man it in 4 turns. Yeah, Fire Dingo. He would be really good there too. So this is about a 5-turn clear with 1 additional unit put in the back. It's a 4-turn clear. This is a 3-turn clear. And this is a 2-turn clear. And as we go higher up in RCs, that's going to get better across the board for all teams, down to the point where at RC21, I think any combination of these 3 units plus 1 will 1-turn clear at the highest RC. That's my prediction. The advantage to Robin is she's got solo potential. So yeah, if you pulled Robin, don't feel terrible about it. She is definitely best in slot for Rift. But if you're free to play and you're wanting to save up bookmarks, you're worried about the Frida Ida summer banner that's coming, you're worried about the new summer units that are coming, you're worried about the ever-present looming threat of the collab that should drop sometime in the next 5 days to 5 years, and you want to save up your bookmarks for that kind of stuff, then she is completely skippable. She's just going to make Rift a little bit slower at first, but you will eventually get to a 1-turn clear. How about Aramantha instead of Carrot? Still clears about the same rate as Aramantha without Robin. Carrot is so important to this. I'm not even kidding. If you drop Carrot, you take a turn off of how fast you clear. But yeah, you can run Aramantha in place of Carrot, but it's going to slow your runs down significantly. In place of Meru, it's going to slow your runs down significantly because there's nobody better than Meru at removing the shackles. I wasn't even kidding, guys. When I said this is your core team, this is your core team. There are no unit combos that are better than this. It's just the last unit. Now, when we get to RC8, that could change. But from RC2 to 7, there is no replacement for these 3 units that actually makes it better. It's just who you're going to put in the back row that changes things. Do artifacts matter? Of course artifacts matter. You definitely want Meru on Magic for Friends because Magic for Friends is not a counter. It's a special attack. It's an extra attack, so it'll proc, whereas counters won't proc. Carrot, this seems to be doing a lot of damage for me, but Prophetic Candlestick or Etika Scepter works just fine on her. Prophetic Candlestick's really nice for cycling her skills, but if you're having trouble dying, you saw my Robin pop earlier, you can put a heal boosting artifact like Touch of Rekos, Guardian Ice Crystal, Rod of Amaryllis, Shmadra Staff, any 10,000 different healing artifacts, or you can put her on a damage boosting artifact like Warhorn, Card of Small Miracles, Super Duper Water Gun Shooter, any of those things as well. And on Robin, so far best in slot is her own artifact, with Prophetic Candlestick being a close second. Here's the thing, Prophetic Candlestick, there's RNG. If you proc almost every time on Prophetic Candlestick, it is super good on Robin. But if you miss procs on it, then it's about the same as this. And if you don't proc at all, then this is better. So this is just better for stability. Once you get to a reliable two-turn clear, Prophetic Candlestick is a lot of why you're going to see sometimes you do 30%, sometimes you do 50%. It just depends on the RNG, how many burns you stick, what turn order it is, when the Acalypton strips your team, and whether or not it's Candlestick procs. That's why there's such a wide range of damage on this. It's why some people are like, oh, no, if you run Aramentha in place of Carrot, it's better. Well, yeah, you had a really good RNG round. So you actually have to run dozens of these, which we did last night, to figure out what's stability-wise the best option. But yeah, her artifact, you can run Candlestick instead of this, and I don't think people keep throwing around Bloodstone, but here's the thing: Bloodstone's healing is based on the damage you do, and the damage we're doing here is based on the burns. And Candlestick doesn't proc on burn pops; it only procs on the attack. And she, with no crit, she's not going to do enough damage to really. I mean, you might get 500-600 HP heals out of Bloodstone. It ain't going to be worth it. And it's also a 1-unit heal on an enemy that is spamming AoEs. That's why we tried Bomb Model Kana, and she just could not keep up with it. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Bloodstone. I'm on RC11 using the same team, the core 3 units plus Robin. It only gets better. Yeah, for sure. I'm expecting 1-turn clears by RC15, maybe even by RC8. We're already very stably at 2-turn with this. The big advantage of climbing higher in RC is you can start stripping the gear off, right? You want the worst gear you can put on these units and still do a 1-turn clear. That's the eventual goal. Right now, you move your best shit onto these units. Temporarily, you strip down your arena and PvP and all that stuff. You just strip that shit down to build the best team you can build, to grind through this. And once you get to the point where you're 1 or 2 turn clearing, then you can start to peel the gear off. and ideally by RC21, you're running bullshit leftovers that nobody cares about and still 1-turn clearing. And at that point in time, putting better gear on there is just a matter of clearing it faster if you're worried about speed clearing for hunt buffs, right? Or for rift buffs. Meru's stats, she's just 190 speed, 350 crit damage, 100% crit chance. I think she's like a 3k attack. She's built for damage on destruction. Don't use counter set on her. You got 87% at RC6. Let's take a look. Choo! That was a great RNG run. Great RNG run. Okay, you're trying Aramentha instead of Carrot. Yeah. Yeah, if the burns and the strips line up, you can do it. But she is not... We've done dozens of runs. She's not better than Carrot. She is sometimes better, sometimes worse, but, you know, typically Carrot's more stable. And she's free. But yeah, if she's working out, you know, don't fix what ain't broke. If she's working out for you, go for it. But I'll go ahead and do, here, we'll do this one run with Carrot, and then I'll yield out and do it with Aramentha, and we'll compare notes once I make some space here.
One thing I did have is, with my 12-hour stream, I had 2.5, 3 hours dedicated to helping new players and stuff like that. And one guy that's been playing for only a month, I was able to help him out with, he had Robin, Carrot, Hazel, and Mercedes, and also Cecilia, and he was able to clear Rift. So definitely doable. a little bit of teeth pulling and stuff to get through the stuff and the hurdles, but I guess he was able to do it, so he was posting all of his units and showing me his stuff.
Sorry, Big 80. I'll pull her up after this run.
It is kind of funny that that Kane's kind of just forgotten about though with this rift. Like who's a worse unit for Fire Rift, Kane or Robin? If you think about it, like at least Robin's got some use to her.
Kane wasn't even usable in Rift until RC15. That's where he actually started to be better than teams without Kane. And that's what I think is going to happen with Robin too. The further we get in, the better Robin's going to be. It's just Kane was absolute garbage until RC15. He was not even usable. We all thought he was just a useless unit. And then we found ways to use him. It mostly depended on having a Lennox Wrath, but we found ways to use him at the higher end for faster clears. Robin is still objectively the best unit for Rift, just wholly replaceable. But I think she's going to get better and better and better. JR, I got it ramped up as much as I can. I could try in the settings. Let me see if I can see if my app settings are low. Volume mixer. Nope, Discord's maxed out.
Well, I'm not talking loud enough. Probably where my microphone's set up.
Statistically,
Hold on.
the odds are on my side.
I know most of us are really focused on Rift, but Robin's side story is really good. Good. I want more Robin lore. Hey Tristen, do I have to build Hazel and Carrot? I don't have enough leaves to do the specialty quests. Hazel more important than Carrot. You can replace Carrot with Aramentha or Charlotte. It's going to slow your runs down, but you can do it. And I have heard people have been able to make Tamarin work in place of Hazel, but holy crap, if you're going to run Tamarin and Charlotte or Tamarin and Aramentha in the front instead of Hazel and Carrot, it's going to slow shit down a lot. Rift is going to be around for 5 to 6 months. So you might just take your time and grind that stuff out and do hunts in the meantime. You're only going to miss out on a few weeks. You don't have Hazel and Carrot, then you can farm Rift for 5 to, you know, for, you can, I'm sorry, then you can farm hunts for 3 to 4 weeks until you get Hazel and Carrot, and then you don't have Fire Aramentha or Fire Charlotte. It's going to be really hard for you to do this. I mean, you really should just take your time to finish the specialty changes while you're farming Rift. Don't go nuts on it. Sorry, while you're farming hunts, don't go nuts on it. Rift is going to be around for 5 to 6 months minimum, usually 6. And that's plenty of time to bang out those specialty changes, even with just free stamina, without burning leaves. Just grind through them, and when you eventually get them done, you'll be ready to jump into Rift. 44% on that run. That was kind of a bad run.
It seems to fluctuate. And see
Oh yeah, the RNG is so real in this.
like my Robin has 150 effectiveness on her, and she's still getting resisted on 1 or 2 of the burns. It's so infuriating. Of course,
know,
it probably
right?
doesn't help. It probably doesn't help because I took my Robin and took her artifact off, and I put her on Guiding Light because I decided to try her in RTA, and yeah, that didn't work either.
It's also this stupid skill, right? Is it this one? No. This one dispels 2 buffs. The instant Mascot Hazel gives everybody an attack buff, this asshole strips it, and that radically lowers your score. So that's another big RNG point is, do you buff after the strip or do you buff before the strip? So that makes a huge, there's so much RNG, especially with Candlestick changing turn order, with Acalypton's strip happening at certain points, with maybe or maybe not sticking burns, and that's why sometimes you're seeing a 50%. That's why sometimes you're like, dude, I did 80% in one run, and the next one I was like, oh hell, I only did 60% that run, what the hell? Huge differences.
We gotta get on Smilegate with these notifications, by the way.
What about... Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
I said they gotta stop with all these notifications. You have unclaimed rewards.
Yeah.
That's how I lost my scroll, guys.
I've told them they need to let us go into settings and uncheck certain notifications to really kind of custom tailor it to our needs. I want to know when Guild Wars is going to end. I don't give a rat's ass about my units got put in storage. What about haste? Here's the thing, Rune Knight. Burns are about 5 times the damage of bleeds in this. So anybody who spams bleeds is... every bleed is taking up the spot of a burn, which is reducing your overall potential damage. Haste does a shit ton of bleeds. So yes, he works. Thurin works, Kane works, Haste works, all the bleed spammers work. But instead of doing 2 turn clears, you're going to do 8 or 9 turn clears. Oh my god. So yeah, I do not recommend it unless there is just no other way to do it.
Burns is what, or burns to bleeds. Bleeds is death by paper cuts, literally.
Do you know what the final effectiveness chance increase to 100 means? It means they got rid of speed RNG. Instead of being absolute resistance and the final chance is 85%, they got rid of speed RNG, so the final chance is 100%. So instead of building 105 effectiveness, you build 120 effectiveness, and it takes speed RNG out of the game. Yeah, it's strangely worded. But if they just said removes 15%, people wouldn't realize they need to build to 120 effectiveness to overcome 120 ER. What if you had RC21 buff for Thief? Then possibly you could do a full bleed team. I think at RC21 just about anything is going to 1 turn clear. Just an option. So yeah, if you are... yeah, full disclosure, I don't have enough. I'm at 90 with, after all my bonuses, is 105. And I'm running that number 2, so I'm only at 85% chance to stick. I actually should up this based on that artifact that I'm... based on that relic I'm... What do they call those? Rift... Not rift controllers. Not devices. What do they call them? Dimension... Counter forces? Is that what they're called? Anyway, these devices. Oh shit, I haven't been... I've been on the wrong damn device. I'm gonna do so much more damage now. Sorry, guys, I'm on like 4 hours of sleep. So, I'm gonna say shit wrong all through this stream. What this means, I'll reiterate. What this means is there is no 15% RNG in this. No absolute resistance. It means instead of 85% being the maximum chance to debuff, 100% is now the max chance to be debuff. So if you build 120 effectiveness, Robin cannot be resisted. Nobody can be resisted. And also, Robin's S2 is going to increase the duration. So if you run this, you're getting rid of 15%. But be aware, you've got to build to 120 effectiveness, not 105 effectiveness. Because you need your effectiveness to match the ER at 100%. We clear?
A lot of people
Clear as mud? Let's get everybody's effectiveness up. Since I'm running that, we should run everybody at 120, minus 10 for Hazel, minus 5 for Carrot. So really I just need 105, right? Yeah, because I get 15 for free. 105, and then Robin gets an additional 22. So 105 plus minus. So Robin needs... So Robin's good. Robin only needs 82.5% effectiveness because of this. So I'm good on Robin. I don't have to fart around with her. Carrot. Carrot needs 105. She's at 101. You know, close enough. I'm not going to re-gear this girl for 4 extra freaking percent. And nobody else knows. I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't know why you were worried, Joe. Why were you over there panicking? Gosh, calm down, dude.
I'm sitting here reading Dingo's skills, looking at it, because Dingo's a unit I've never done anything with. been playing E7 for 5 years, and I've got units like Furious and Dingo just kind of sitting there hanging out at level 5 still.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to chase 2 extra effectiveness on both of these just to get me up to 103. We're just going to leave it. Yeah, big. Sorry about that. Here you go. Exclamation point Discord. Here, I'll do it for you guys. Exclamation point Discord. You jump into Discord. There's an entire room in there called Wulf's RC2 2025 Rift Guide. It's got screenshots of all the units, a link to the video, a breakdown of the stats you need, alternate options for you if you don't have certain units. Gives you everything that you need to know about how to put this team together for RC2. So that's in there too if you need a quick written guide and you don't want to go to YouTube. Go to YouTube and hit like and subscribe, but then you can check the written guide. Order of operations. But yeah, she's just about damage. Don't use counter set because the screamy face is stops counter attacks. This is not a counter attack. This is an extra attack. It's a skill activation, so it works. What if you don't have Carrot? Fire Aramintha or Charlotte work in Carrot's place. Not as efficient, but both work. What's up, Illusial? And how do you not have Carrot? Is this a what if I don't have Commander Lorena moment, Illusial? Frickin' troll. That's going to be my thing now, huh? This is my payback for all of the what if you don't have C Lorena stuff on Sue. This is karma paying a visit on me, right? No, dude. This is it. This is so far the best in slot. Some people are having success with Aramintha in place of Carrot, but oh, you know what? We didn't do that this time. We did Aramintha last time. Anybody remember how far Ara got down? It was not a or Carrot got down. It wasn't a good run last time. Oh, you know what? It's not fair though. It's not. We had the wrong RC on. Let's run this. Let's run this with this Rift Fragment, and then we'll do Aramintha. We'll swap them back and forth. Every other run, we'll swap them back and forth and see. Are Rift drops better than Hunts? Yes, but no, Ivan. Yes, but no. .105 is 85%, so you got hard resisted. You need 120, except that Carrot's presence gives 5% effectiveness to everybody on the team, and Mascot Hazel's presence gives 10% effectiveness to everybody on the team. So I've got 105 plus 10 from Hazel plus 5 from Carrot, so I'm at 120 effectiveness. Gotcha. Ivan, to answer that question, for gear, if you're just thinking about gear, Rift is way better than Hunts. If you are talking about Reforge mats, Hunts are a little bit better than Rift. If you're talking about the special drops like bookmarks and Mystic bookmarks and Skystones, those drop from Hunts, they don't drop from Rift. So it depends what you're chasing. If all you care about is gear and gold, Rift is better. If all you care about is Reforge mats and maybe some of those random Mystic drops, then Hunts are better. You got to farm your best return on investment. You still need, yes, correct. If you're running the 100% effectiveness Rift Fragment, you need your final effectiveness to be 120. So if you're running Carrot and so Carrot gives you 5, Mascot Hazel gives you 10. If you run the effectiveness artifact, Robin's own artifact, you got to factor that in. If you're running Super Duper Water Gun Shooter, there's 5 to 10 effectiveness on that artifact. You can factor that in. Just make sure when you add all that shit together, your final goal is 120 effectiveness. Is the Epic Pass set good on Renak? Loki rolled the most amazing Renak gear from that set, and I rolled absolute garbage that's usable on no one. So, do you feel lucky? It's definitely got the potential, but only if it rolls well, only if it rolls right. If it rolls like mine, you're not going to use it on anybody. Hell, I sold 2 of those pieces. They rolled so bad. I got 2 others sitting in my storage waiting for me to get the respec boxes so I can reset them and try again. And then 2 of them rolled good, but they didn't really roll good for Renak. They're on other units, so yeah. I'm getting confused by effectiveness. Didn't we always aim for the boss to ER my... Okay, so, Koeric, this is how it works, right? Epic 7 has this bullshit called absolute resistance. We lovingly call it 15%. Because absolute resistance is 15%. No matter what you do, you can never have more than an 85% chance to stick a debuff. But if you look at your rank 1 RC controllers, one of the options of those Rift controllers is changes the final resistance to 100%. So if you use that one, it gets rid of 15%. It gets rid of absolute resistance. You're no longer at 85%. You're at 100%. Look how much better that was with the right Rift controller. I'll show it to you right here. So this changes it from 85% to 100% chance. Because you no longer have to deal with absolute resistance, you don't need 15% lower than the effect resistance. You need exactly the effect resistance so that you have a 100% chance to stick it. Am I making sense to you? The reason we always went 15% lower is because absolute resistance made effectiveness 15% lower than 100%. So why bother pushing it into 90, 95, 100% when you're always going to get pulled back down to 85%? Now you're no longer pulled back down to 85%, so you want to go for the full 100%. You want your effectiveness to match the target's effect resistance, if you're using this one. If you're using this one, then go with that minus 15 again, because you still have absolute resistance in play. Is there a reason to use Mercedes instead of Aramentha or another burner? The reason is we have plenty of burns. We have plenty of burns. Mercedes is there to give us shackles. She extra attacks so often, she really ramps up the shackle damage, and Carrot and Robin take care of the burns all by themselves. Aramentha works, but she is not anywhere near as effective. Let me go ahead and push this one out, and I will go ahead and replace Carrot with Aramentha. You can kind of see the difference. So for RC2, the effectiveness choice is better or the burn choice? If you're running Robin, I think the effectiveness choice is better. If you're not running Robin, then of course the burn damage is better. And that's really all there is to it. It depends on if you're going to run Robin or not. Because remember that the big deal about the that first Rift fragment is the extension of the burns, which makes the pops hit almost twice as hard. So you really want that if Robin's on the team. If Robin's not on the team, I'm not sure 15%, getting rid of 15% is worth losing 10% damage on all your burns. You need to raise Robin to 105 plus the 10% from Carrot, or for 10% from Hazel plus the 5% from Carrot gets you to the 120. If you're running Robin's artifact, you can knock another 22 off of that because Robin's artifact is loaded with a shit ton of effectiveness. If you run Super Duper Water Gun Shooter, that has 5 to 10% more effectiveness. You can lower it even more. So you can really impact things with artifacts. In case of bleeding with bleeding team, bleeds are about burns are about 5 times the damage of bleeds. So bleeds work, but they're stupid slow. I think at higher RCs, bleeds might work, but every bleed team we've used has been absolute shit. I would only use bleeds if you have no other options to clear this, and you're just looking for something to limp along until you get your burn team up and running. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and drop Meru. We'll put in Ara. It'll still work. It's just not going to be as good. It's not going to be as consistent because we're going to have trouble keeping up with the shackles. Meru's also really good at getting rid of these authorities too because of her extra hits. See how all of these authorities are still in place? Carrot would have them gone, or Meru would have them gone by now. Hey, Fran, thank you so much for the sub, buddy. Pop. Pow, pop. Damn, that was a 200k pop damage right there. Do I need to care about Carrot's effectiveness? Yeah, you want her to have enough effectiveness to stick. I gotta check her kit to see if she has any built-in effectiveness. I can't remember if she's got built-in effectiveness. We tried Bihu. We did not try him with skills off. We can try that next. Problem with Bihu is then you've got Bihu on the team. There's lots of units that work, guys. Bihu works. Dingo works. Charlotte works. Holiday Euphine works. Cirilla works. It's just what works best. And so far, the big three free-to-plays, they've just been the best. Yeah, I agree. I agree. She'll definitely solo at RC15. The further you get into this, the better Robin's going to be. It's just early on, she's not needed. And I still think you'll be able to one-turn clear without Robin, too, for people that don't want to invest in this unit, which is fine. What's your thoughts on the plus 15 on episode Conquest Epic Past? Because it isn't perfect for Robin. I haven't seen that piece yet. 17 speed on effectiveness set. You could still run that on her. You just have to tune it in. But yeah, it's kind of weird not being perfect for her. I think that's probably better for her for RTA, which might have been their thrust, is to give her uses beyond Rift, which they totally sucked at. You rolled a 22 speed one? GG, Mars. Must be nice. I compared my account now to my account a year and a half ago, and I'm 10% better on every metric, but I'm only 1% better on speed. I've not had a good year for rolling speed. Okay, guys. About the same as Mercedes. I think Mercedes was 32 and this was 33. So what's my motivation to use a 5-star unit when I got a free 3-star? You could use either one in place of Mercedes. And again, it all comes down to RNG. There's so much RNG on when the Acalypton strips you, on when you put your buffs up, on turn order. And I would just rather recommend the unit everyone has than encourage the unit not everyone has. Yeah, she's a 4-star. She takes less Molagora. She's free. Everyone starts with her. She's easy to build by comparison. A lot easier to build by comparison. She doesn't need effectiveness like Araminta does. Is Pledge better than Candlestick for Robin? Assassin's Pledge. Excuse me. Yes and no. If you're lucky and Candlestick procs a lot, it's better. If you are unlucky and Candlestick doesn't proc much at all, then Pledge is way, way better. If Candlestick procs an average amount, and then I think Pledge is slightly better. But there's not enough of a difference to be like, I better go chase Pledge because Tristen said it's slightly better. One turn clear is one turn clear, guys. And I've not noticed much of a difference in my clear rate running Pledge versus running Candlestick. The biggest advantage of Pledge is even at plus 15, it's stacked with 22 effectiveness, which makes it easier to build Robin. You can stack a lot more attack on Robin with that extra gear score. You take that 22 right out of effectiveness and put that 22 right into attack. And that's pretty huge. 22 extra gear score into attack, you can build a stronger Robin. Drew, debuff extension if you're running Robin. Burn damage if you're running no Robin. Simple as that. You see how full the bar is with burns? You see how there's no more room for burns on there? This is why Araminta falls down a little bit, is she's good for reapplying the burns, like right. Come on, Carrot. Show me what I'm talking about here. There, with well, he's dead. But if if there's no burns, then Era could reapply the burns. But when your bar is already full and there's no more room for debuffs, what's Era's job? What's she really bringing to the team? Why not bring Mercedes to help knock down the shackles and ramp up the damage? And that's why I like Meru better than Era. It's because between Carrot and Robin, you have got plenty of burns, plenty of debuffs. There's just not room for anything else. We're about to go to RC7, guys. Hey, Joe. I gotta pee like a racehorse. You got the calm. I'll be right back.
All right.
Entertaining. Tell people
All
to
right.
stop.
Yeah. Let's see what I can go ahead and do. Alright, let's see. I've just been hanging out playing second wheel. 290 grid. RC get higher. Is there an argument with Araminta with Carrot with skills turned off? Let me run through this real quickly. I'm doing two different things on the side. Do I play any other gotchas? E7, pretty much the main one. I still play a bit of counter side occasionally. Played outer plane occasionally, but I don't really play like anything like Wua or HSR or anything like that. It's mostly E7 and that's about it. What changes as the RC gets higher? I think it gets easier as the RCs get higher.
There we go.
It's
Every RC you go up, you get more damage. I think 8%. Whatever your RC level -1 times 8 is, that's the damage. So at RC 21, we're going to get 160 increased damage dealt. So unlike everything else in this game, it's hardest when you first start out. The more you play it, the easier it gets, right? Without changing anything about your account. So yeah, that's why I'm telling people, if you can only do a 4-turn clear, that's okay. It's the same level as Rift, but by here you're doing a 3-turn clear, and by here you're doing a 2-turn clear, and by here you're doing a 1-turn clear. Ease into it. You'll get here within, you'll get up in here with probably within the first 2 to 3 weeks, and here within the first month, and then you got 5 months of 1-turn farming it and going crazy. Usually RC 14 to 16, depending on how lucky you are with your pet procs, that's when you will get enough points to clear out the battle pass. So you really only have to take it to like RC 14 to get enough to clear this entire shop out, and then you'd never have to do Rift again if you hate it. So you can consider that too. Also, when you go up in RC level, you get access to new fragments, and these tiers at RC8, 50, and 21, they're major boosts to the playability and smoothness of this. Robin artifact worth getting outside the shop. Any use outside of Rift? Can you think of one, Joe?
I had some trying to tell me that it's good on WWE Shuri and an alternative to P-Flan, but I still think that Cesaria's artifact is better on P-Flan. Shuri for her artifact's kind of interesting, but I would try to run Shuri on Elegiac Candle or something like that.
Xenology, I'm running Destro set. Here's the thing about Rift. You saw me talking about how the damage scales up as you go to higher Rift controllers. Damage increase to damage is a multiplicative effect. So whereas raw stat bonuses like bonuses to attack, bonuses to crit damage, that's an additive effect. So early on, Rage is going to be really hecking good. And the higher your RC level goes, the more watered down the effect of Rage gets, because it gets blended in multiplicatively with that 160 damage bonus from Rift. Usually around RC 18 to around RC 16 to 18 range is kind of where we notice it tabling out, where all things being equal, Destro gear starts to outpace Rage gear, but both work. And one turn clearing is one turn clearing. Do you really care if you clear it in 8 rounds left on the board, or with 9 or 10 rounds left on the board? As long as it's a one turn clear, you're like, oh, this one cleared 30 seconds faster. I mean, if you're that level of min-maxing, then maybe you lean on Destro set over Rage set. But if you've got a banging good Rage set and you don't want to take your Destro sets off of your BBK and Januas, then yeah, for sure, go Rage set. But I'm running Destro on this instead of Rage, just because that was the gear I had laying around, and I know eventually it's going to be better. And more people have Destro gear than Rage gear, so it's easier to set up. But yeah. Too long didn't read. Destro's eventually going to be better, but it's not that big of a deal. Pick whichever set you got. Chosen Undead! Thank you for the sub, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That was a prime sub, man. You could use that prime sub anywhere, but you dropped it on my channel. For that, I thank you. We'll take that $6 and go get me a pizza. I haven't had breakfast yet, and I'm hungry.
Please hurry. It's urgent.
How we doing with the Bihu skills off team so far? It's not looking good for Bihu with skills off, guys. 8 bars left is the halfway point. We're not even close, and we're almost out of actions. He will work, but like I said, any team that deviates away from the 3 cores is basically going to add a round to your rotation. The only exception seems to be Aramentha in place of Carrot. Aramentha in place of Mercedes is still about the same. Oh, hell, friggin' Robin just died, too. Okay, Robin. I'm tired of you taking dirt naps. I'm going to run this artifact on you so we can drop you down to 82% effectiveness. So let's get some freaking health back on your ass. Ah! Surely I have an attack set piece, right? Surely. Hey! Robin's just so glass. You really don't want to go this glass on Robin. You notice we occasionally are getting some serious cases of death. You know, death, it's not me. 11! Thanks, Smilegate. Thanks. Let's throw one more. Good enough. 10,579. Shit, we need to be at 82.5, not 79. Can't do anything there. There. Well, shit, did I just screw myself over here? Oops. 79. We need... Okay, fine. It'll be like this game. That's fine. I'll play. How do I get more effectiveness on her without shitting on her HP? I thought I was so damn clever with this artifact. Bottle, yeah, that's what we do, right? We just slap a bottle of knowledge into this artifact.
here, someone found a way to make Robin work in Arena.
God, that 206 is too nice. How about up here? Okay. Truly, this is where we get it. So, attack on this. And we just need 9. What do we need? 9, 10, 11, 12. We just need 12 to 13 effectiveness. Shit.
Someone in my Discord ended up finding a way to make Robin work in Arena.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, I posted the link in chat. You can pull it up and see all the burns.
Oh, god damn it. We can't use this piece. It's got 17 speed. It'll jack up our speed tuning. All right, game. You got me.
Oh, that's you, monster. Oh. Oh, that's your Arcetti and Politica team.
Well played, Smilegate. You got me to waste a bunch of resources. Watch this go straight to 11. And then this. Nice. Okay, good enough. All is right with the world. What were we doing here? Oh yeah, we were realizing that Bihu was absolutely rubbish. Anybody want to see any other test units in play? I'm more than happy to test any ideas you guys got, but so far the core team is unfrackable. I don't know if anybody has made this suggestion before, but maybe they can add charms to AP shop. God, man, can you imagine? Holy crap. All charm issues would go away. What is Holofene doing, Miko? Because we've got plenty of burns. See that bar up top? If this was Holiday Euphine, what's she doing? There's no place for more burns. So that's the biggest issue, right? I think if anything, it would be Holofene in place of Carrot, which would still be objectively worse. Now, right here, you would get some burns back that we didn't get from Mercedes, but that's the stupid bleeds. Bleeds wasting space. So yeah, that's why we have liked Mercedes, is she drops the shackles with her multiple AoE attacks. She is a great way to add attack buff in when Apocalypton strips it away from Hazel. It's a secondary attack buffer for consistency there. It's why we're liking her better than Dingo and Aramentha and Holofene and all those other options. Now, she will work. Holiday Fin will definitely work. It's just she's not going to work as well, we're finding. Surin is stable. Surin is giga stable, but you are going to run slow because bleeds do so little damage compared to burns. And Surin will clog that bar up with so many bleeds that Carrot is almost useless on the team because she's barely going to put any burns on there. Robin solo at level 8. I think she's one turn clear, but I'm not sure if she's solo. We'll see when we get there. We're about to hit RC7 after this run. Do any collab units have use in this rift? No. The only fire collab units I can think of are all single target. The closest thing you get to a collab being good in this rift is Ram's artifact. Severed Horn Wand is really good on Carrot. But again, wholly replaceable by a half dozen other artifacts. Oh, Robin is exactly like Fene isn't.
Oh, Robin's got his badass looks. And
Robin-
he's got head cases.
Yeah. Robin looks amazing. Is the speed tuning on Robin a must? I think the turn order is a must. The speed tuning is a little more flexible. I'm 200, 190, 180 because it's just easy to remember. 200 Hazel, 190 Mercedes, 80 on Robin or Aramentha, whoever you're running in the back. But I think as long as they go in that order, the speed tuning is not that big of a deal, but you do want to be at least like 170 and faster on your slowest unit, just to make sure you cycle faster than the Acalypton. If the Acalypton starts lapping you, you're not going to do much at all. This was one entry, guys. One entry. See how much better that was than Bihu or Aramentha? It was almost a one-turn clear. And they're free units. That's the other thing that's really hard to get past, right? Is people like, well, you can use Aramentha in place of Mercedes. You can use Bihu in place of Kara. I'm like, yeah, but why? What's my motivation to replace 4-star units with 5-star units that people may or may not have that require more Molagora, who seem to be like either in their best runs as good as, and in their worst runs significantly worse than other units. Bihu in place of Carrot, Holiday, Famous Daimera would totally work and would be very, very slow. But you could do it. It just would probably, instead of being a 2-turn clear, it would be a 3, maybe 4-turn clear. If you want, we can run it after this one at RC7 and see. Does solo Robin need more speed? We'll let you know when I'm able to solo with Robin. Until then, it's all just guesswork. I can't SC these units, no energy. Here's the cool thing about this Coconut. Rift is a 4 to 6 month long event. We will still be farming these things when we're picking out our Halloween costumes. So you got plenty of time. You will still be farming this when you're doing your Christmas shopping list. You will still be doing the stuff when you're getting ready to do your taxes for 2026. It's all a long time to do it. You've got plenty of time to go do your specialty changes. Until then, just farm hunts. Hunts are still really hecking good, and in some ways hunts are better with the mystic drops and better reforge mats. It's not like this replaces hunts. This is hunt adjacent. It's better for gear, but other than gear, hunts are better for pretty much everything else. Gear and gold, Rift is better. Hunts, better for everything else. Reforge mats, special potential drops, being able to hard focus on specific reforge mats. So yeah, don't feel like you've got to have this team up and running in the next couple of days. You don't. I'm just doing it cause, hey, you know, content. But yeah, take your time, ease into it. Even the shortest rift ever was the last one, and it was 4.5 months. The other 2 rifts were all 5.5 to 6 month long.
I wonder if that's going to be the new norm, though. If that's kind of like a precursor. Like, every single rift is going to be 4 months. So it's
I don't know. It really feels to me like they moved up the Origin event, and then they had to shut down Rift a little early to align it with Robin. It would be weird that we would do 3 whole-ass rifts at 6 months and then do 1 at 4. But it's possible. They might be trying to speed up the pacing. Make it a little less monotonous. Hard to say.
Well, at least every rift now has its own unique boss. Fire's got Molten, Zayon is Ice, and Kraken is Earth. So.
Okay, for the people who don't believe it, here is your redhead team. We're going to make Mascot Hazel an honorary redhead, and Pink is red adjacent, so we're letting Marrow slide in. But if you don't have Robin, this works, guys. So we went all the way down to like, what, 16%? So we're between 16 and 30% clears. And that was at RC6. We did just up our damage by 8%. So this is without Robin. And Aramentha is built almost the exact same spec as Robin. Same speed tuning, same basics. So we'll see how this team does. Just to show you guys, if you don't have Robin, there are paths forward. I think I'm going to start randomly one clearing at RC8 blah, but right now my best run so far has been about 85% damage in one entry. Unrelated, but is there still going to be a collab? They tell me yes. They say a lot of things, don't they? All they will tell me is something is in the works. Be patient. And my response to that was, it's been since September. You guys have been saying be patient since September. Can you give me any kind of a clue? Can you, is it going to happen in the third quarter? Is it going to happen this year? Is it going to happen next month? I mean, the community would really like to know. And their response was, be patient, things are in the works. And I said, is that all you can tell me? And he says, legally, that's all I can say. That's it, man. That's what we got. So, yeah. Collabs involve NDAs, and NDAs, especially in Asian countries, have very real ramifications when they're broken. So they won't leak it to me. And if they did leak it to me, I would have to sign paperwork that says I will pay horrible fines and penalties and probably lose my creator status if I leaked it to you. So even if they did tell me, you would never know. But I don't lie, and they haven't told me shit other than what I just told you. And I don't know why they would lie to me about things are in work. I don't know why they would just say, they wouldn't just say, look, it's really hard, we're always trying, but it's not the easiest thing in the world to pull off right now. Instead of, why wouldn't they just say that instead of saying things are in the works? So, we have to see. Collabs are tricky. A lot goes into collabs. The other party can pull out, the other party can get a better offer and leave. The other party cannot like the designs and the direction they're taking. Just water. Also, the art style and the way things are drawn in the unit engine takes months instead of days. So when they finally do get somebody to sign on the dotted and everything's looking good, if the people pull out, it's scrap it and go back to square one. It's hard to do. HSR stole the fake collab. Bought. I mean, we all just said there's no way Fate's going to collab with anybody, and then HSR probably said, how about $5 million? And Fate went, okay. You know what? When people say money's no object and they really actually mean it, crazy shit can happen. Definitely a risky process to work on a collab. Anytime you're getting lawyers involved on both sides, it's going to be slow. Okay, there we go. See what we did? We did 50%, almost on the nose with Aramentha. Was it 85%? Was it 65%? No. Was it worse than Robin? Yeah. But you know what? It's 2-turn clearing at RC8. Robin's 2-turn clearing at like RC4. But if you don't want to pull for Robin, you can still, and 2-turn clearing, or sorry, this is close to 2. We're going to say this is 2 to 3. We're going to say this is 3-turn clear, right? This is safely a 3-turn clear.
Everything worked fine, I guess. Also remember to check yours, Hoochie Lab all day.
Thanks, Spatial. So I think it's safe to say this is a stable 3-turn clear at RC7. That means it's a 2-turn clear at RC8 to 15, and it's a 1-turn clear at RC15 to 21. So you do not need Robin if you have Aramentha. Now, if you don't have Robin or Aramentha, you can run this team. You know what this team does? Rosha, we're at 50%. We're just going to run just these 3 units and nothing else. Nothing else. I'm going to pause it before we're at 9 slabs from clearing, right at the edge of the 9-8. So 9 or 8 full slabs. Let's see how close just a 2-turn team gets. Or sorry, a 3-unit team gets. Now, of course, you should not run a 3-unit team. You should put anybody in that 4th spot. Dingo, Bihu, Holiday Euphine, Charlotte, Cirilla, anybody to help speed this along. Anybody who contributes burns and can help run the damage bar along. But you see how we're not dying? You see how we're still dropping some damage? It's not the fastest thing in the world, but it can be done. So yes, you can literally farm Rift with the 3 free units, and that 4th flex pick can be any fire unit that does AoEs and ideally spams burns. It's going to be slower though. I expect this to do maybe 25 to 30% damage. We're going to see here in just a few minutes what we get. But even at 25 to 30% damage, that's 4 to 5 turn clears. 5 turn clears is not ideal. Bet hunts are better. 4 turn clears is the same as hunts. But that means by the time you get to RC8, you're at 3 turn clears. At RC15, you're at 2 turn clears. And at RC21, you're back to 1 turn clears with a 3-man team. So, yes. Anybody should be able to farm this as long as they have the gear. Remember, free-to-play units does not mean early game gear level. This is late game PvE, and I don't expect people who've only been playing for 1, 3, 5, 7 months to be able to do this. Yeah, Mercedes died, but, you know, Mercedes has got the HP to stay alive. I could put friggin'... Oh, Mercedes died. I could put Touch of Rekos on her, but we went from, what, 9 down to 6. So that is, yeah, if we put, like, Touch of Rekos to keep her alive, that's, 9 down to 6. That's about... That's 3 off of a 16. That's about 20%. So far. And we still have 15 turns left. If she stayed alive, I think we would be about 25-30% if she stayed alive. Let's give her another shot, right? And we'll keep it real. You know what? Let's just try it again. We got the turns. We got the turns. Oop. Yes, Wild Berserk, but you'll find if you replace Arrow with Mercedes, it's better. It's faster. And the reason being is because Carrot and Robin alone overload the bar with burns. There's just no more room for burns, so Arrow's not really doing anything, whereas Mercedes is doing extra attacks and ripping the shackles, getting your shackle level up really, really high. And that's why Mara's just simply better than Era, is because Carrot and Robin are a metric fuck ton of burns. So she doesn't really have a place on the team at that point. Doesn't really have a use. But she does work. Ouch. See how she just stripped off 2 of these authorities with that extra attack? Where's Robin? I didn't pull her. I'm proving a point here. I'm proving a point that this is the core team. And with the core team, you can run anybody in the 4th spot. This is not a team you should run. You should always have a 4th unit. But I'm just I'm showing how much damage just the core team can do. And then the 4th unit is just icing on the cake. Araminta, Robin, Charlotte, Bihu, Thrilla, Holiday Euphine, especially after the buff or after the balance patch. All these are options. It's just that 4th unit is truly the flex pick. Did Carrot just die again? God damn it, Carrot. I mean, not Carrot, but really might need to put oh, Dingo, thank you. I knew I was forgetting somebody. Really might need to put a little bit more tankiness on here. Ouch. See this right here? Attack buff for everybody right after the strip. Which is so nice. That's another thing that you get out of Mercedes. Having her on the team is a backup attack buffer.
has CC bought different banners and whatnot.
Yeah.
What I'm being drawn to is
Giving Carol, giving Mary a little more ass would probably be a good idea. But check out the HP bar, guys. We went from 9 down to 5. We're halfway down. That means we did 25% damage. Sorry, guys. Home office is calling.
Alrighty, chat. Let's see what misplaced the stream. So food for thought, guys, is CC bot, which is all things Epic 7s, track of banners and stuff like that. Pretty much one thing worth knowing is this time last year, after we had the new unit, they ended up coming out with the rerun for the triple banner for the Leafy, Cerise, and Lulucar event. So, I mean, yeah, Robin is there for Rift and stuff, but I mean, depending on how many resources you guys have, you got Frida, you got Ida coming out soon, so you gotta worry about that, I guess. Would you rather have Frida and Ida, limited units, Frida being real integral to Cleave and whatnot, or Robin, who you can get whenever? So, say someone is exclusive account where they get the gear as quick as possible. I know that the Orbis guide, the Path of Airs, has gear that you get from various stages you complete, and it has like missions and stuff for the hunts and stuff like that as you go. So that's probably a something worth working on and getting. But I think Rift is definitely that place where you want to consolidate all the gear together. If you want to get, like, do you really want to go through Azamanic and try to get the immunity set? Do you really want to go through Katie's for Torrent or Pen? Do you really want to go through Golem for protection or HP? Like, there's different benefits to being able to go and get it all in one spot. That's the best way to sum it up. You gotta add just as you asked. So focus on hunt teams before Rift. Yeah, pretty much. The Path of Airs is definitely the best thing to max out and get the bang for your buck as you start. And as you progress later and later, then you get the other stuff. Here, hold on, let's see what I can do. But yeah, Robin's already is not exactly a must on her. It's not exactly a must for anyone else. You don't need to worry about it being a must-have. It's it just exists. So if it comes down, you have only powder for one artifact, I would prefer you not use your powder on her artifact. Let's see, what else am I missing here? Good, because you don't have any power artifact behind the ball. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about it. You will eventually get Robin's artifact with it being in the actual pool. Should I powder Elbrus if I don't have one? the first question I'd ask is how many powder you have. If you've got enough powder where you've got enough to get the bottled, and maybe the limited artifacts and stuff like that. Like, usually, guys, what happens is E7 doesn't exactly have a set schedule as much as stuff goes, but there are tendencies that they do kind of fall into stuff that kind of lines up. We always have kind of that one event that comes around, like it's usually June or May for reruns for the summer, and they usually have July or August for the July or August is usually the new summer limiteds and stuff like that. Like they don't want to go and tell us, hey, we're doing this, 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 and this, but we are going to have it be where there's like this, 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 and this.
I've been instructed to tell you guys to pull Robin, that she's the most important Rift unit ever, and if you don't pull her, you will have regrets.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
You won't get Aria, guys. It's rigged.
Okay, so what do we have here? We went from 9 down to 5, right? We're on the cusp. We're at 9 on the cusp of 8. We're now at 5 on the cusp of 4. That's 25% of the HP bar with a 3-man team. That means this 3-man team with any other unit, especially a knight with some mitigation, any other unit is making this a 4-turn clear, maybe a 3-turn clear. Okay? And if that other unit is Robin or Aramentha, you could probably pull it off in a 2-turn clear. So I'm just showing you guys, as long as you have the core, the last unit's a flex pick. And you might be like, well, I want to do 2-turn clears, not 4-turn clears. I want to do 3-turn clears, not 4-turn clears. Well, you will eventually. This is at RC7. And the higher up the RC goes, the faster you're going to clear. So if you don't have Robin and you're free to play, do not feel compelled to pull for her. If you don't have her artifact and you don't want to spend powder on it, don't feel compelled to get the artifact. She is definitely best in slot. She will make it more efficient. She will make the clears easier to gear and faster. And the further you get, the better Robin's going to be. But it is entirely possible to 1-turn clear this with free-to-play units without Robin or her artifact. Good job, Smilegate. You blew it. So yeah, if Robin was good anywhere other than Rift, I'd be singing her praises a little more heavily, but that's the sad, sorry truth is so far, and given it's day 1, maybe some people will come up with some tech, but so far, she is dog water in RTA. She is lukewarm in Arena. We haven't really had any Guild War testing, but I don't imagine we'll get a lot there. And other PvE, it seems like she's banging good in Devour Arahakan, and that's it. So enjoy your 1 use a month. It's like saying get Biblis because she's good at Nightmare Queen. It's like, so are other things, and do you really care that much over 1 time a month content? So I'm happy I got my Robin. She looks cool as hell. I love her animation. She's got a great look to her, and she does make Rift easier. But those of you without her, don't feel like you're missing out. But I will remind all of you that although these are free-to-play units, they are not geared free-to-play. They are geared to the 9s. This is late to end game gearing. And that's because Rift is late to end game content. Early game is... Here's early game, guys, right here. The wrong button, Tristen. I know. I'm tired. Cut me some slack. Just push the right button, Tristen. Fine. Shut up. Gosh. Here is early game. Here is mid game. I don't know. These both are kind of early game, right? This is I just started, and this is early game. And then this is mid game. You should be here probably within the first 5 to 6 months of gameplay. If you are... like Mr. Pokey level obsessed, you're probably here within the first 1 month of gameplay. This is something that you are climbing into after about a year of gameplay, at best. It's the wrong button again, Tristen. I know, Tristen, shut up. This is after about a year of gameplay. You're just starting to scratch into this. If you can get into this earlier, banger job. You have no life like the rest of us and are playing E7 way too much. But to be able to do this as fast as I'm doing this, Mr. Pokey is an aberration, right? That guy is a maniac.
Mr. Pokey is a champion in RTA.
Yeah, he is also a professional gacha game player, so he comes into this with a lot of knowledge that people who are downloading Epicenter for the first time don't have, too. So, Mr. Pokey also has a fleet of people in his ears coaching and advising and teaching him how to play this game, too. He practically lives in Genizad's DMs. He's got a lot of people backing him up. He's
1,000 pilots, guys.
He's got the talent and the tools. So anyway, if you can't do Rift, that's okay. It's okay to not be able to do end game content when you're the newer player. It's okay to not be able to do Nightmare Raid and you can only do Hell Raid. It's okay to only be able to do hard mode hunts and not do Hell mode hunts. Fight at the level you're at. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Take your time, smell the roses, enjoy the game, enjoy the story, have some fun with it, and don't get wrapped up. There's no first prize for beating Rift in 4 months instead of 5 months. just pack what you can and get in there. And remember that Rift is only better than hunts in the term of gear and gold efficiency. Hunts are still better for Reforge mats. And again, people ask me which gear to go for. One of the best pieces of advice I can give you on which sets to select is to go over to your backpack and click on your backpack here and click on enhancement ingredients and peep your Reforge mats and let this help guide you. I've got a shit ton of Azamanic Reforge mats, and I got a shit ton of Golem Reforge mats. I should definitely make at least 2, if not 3 of my sets be Azamanic and Golem. And so I am. I'm running Protection set, and I'm running Immunity set. That way I can 90 those up. I should not be running Wyvern mats, because I only have 300. I'm only going to be able to 90 one of those new pieces of Wyvern. I should not be farming Katie's mats. So I can only 92 of those. So I should probably be running Immunity, Protection, HP, and maybe Destruction. You know, throw one of them in there. And once I run out of the Reed's Reforge match, I'll switch it over to Speed, because maybe I'll have more of these then, or I'll switch it over to Torrent or Pen, right? And you keep doing that until your Reforge mats kind of balance out, because otherwise, if I farm Speed, Crit, and Hit because I'm a maniac, or better yet, I farm Destro, Lifesteal, and Counter, how am I going to have enough Reforge mats to support all this Destro, Lifesteal, and Counter gear that I'm getting? I'm not going to be able to keep up with it. Meanwhile, these are all going to stack to infinity. Don't farm what you don't have the mats to build up, because otherwise I'm going to get all this 85 gear. I'm not going to be able to 90 it, and then I'm going to have to go and farm hunts and expeditions to get the Reforge mats to level the gear that I just got, and that's less efficient. So focus on the gear that you have the Reforge mats for. Now, if your Reforge mats, all things being equal, the best sets in the game currently are Speed set, number 1 set, Destro set, number 2 set, Immunity set, number 3 set, and then the number 4 set is a big, like, 4-way tie between Counter set, Torrent set, Protection set, and Pen set. So you can modulate that fourth pick based on your needs. But you know what? If you're trying to build a lifesteal unit, farm some lifesteal set. If you really want to get Unity on your Death Deal array, if you would really like to get that hunt one-shot going, you want more Rage set, you know, chase the set that you want. There is no wrong answer. The only wrong answer is farming gear that you don't have the mats to upgrade. Now remember, the reason, even though I'm at 300 right now, the reason I am farming Speed set is one of mine is because Speed is so damn important, but also because there's a shit ton of Reforge mats chilling out here. Eventually these will go away, but you know, by then I should be good. I've also got 10 of these boxes already, so I can kind of cheat a little bit with my Reforge mats and still farm my Speed gear. But you notice there's my A13 gear using those 2000 A13 Reforge mats, and here's my Golem gear using those 4000 Golem gear. This Actually, screw this. I've got so damn many golem mats. Let's get some HP sets in there. Just so I can start burning through these. I don't have enough of these to really support going after torrent gear. So let that help you decide what to farm. It's a real nice way to make sure that you don't hit a bottleneck on Reforge mats. These all drop randomly, and while you're crafting with these are starting to grow, so that you'll be able to change up later when you notice things have shifted. And if all things are equal and you just run out of one, well, it's time to shift over to hunts and power farm the hunt that gets you the Reforge mats. And whichever one of these is lowest, that's the one that you should do your 10 to 20 quick battles a day into. Right now, I'm going to be doing my quick battles into Wyvern because I want the Reforge mats. I'm eventually going to be doing my quick battles into Cades and my quick battles into Banshee to boost those up. People say, like, which hunt should I farm? The one that gives you the Reforge mats that you need if you're farming Rift to get the gear that you want. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Rift level 8, which buff should you choose? Probably the one with Robin if you got Robin.
Oh, you mean which of these devices? You pick this one if you got Robin. You pick this, I guess I would probably go with this one and run Charlotte in place of Mercedes. Maybe. We'll test that.
Charlotte's not bad if you don't have Charlotte. Cecilia works. But
Cecilia's just got that 2 rounds where she's only doing an S1 skill, and that sucks. Maybe on Candlestick, though. On Candlestick, maybe.
Yeah, Candlestick.
Yeah, Candlestick Charlotte, yeah. And Thief Hero in the back row. I really don't recommend Bleeds. I really don't. I think Bleeds is terrible. How is Robin better than Aramentha? She does significantly more damage. With Aramentha on the team, we did a 50% clear. I would say Aramentha on the team, we're probably between 45 and 65% left on the HP bar. So it's a most of the time 3-turn clear, sometimes a 2-turn clear. With Robin on the team, we're reliably between 16 and 30%, always a turn 2 clear. She just does more damage. Have I tried Robin on Rage Set? No, because Robin doesn't do my Robin's not built for damage. The lion's share of your... Oops. Good job, Tristen. The lion's share... Oh, my God. Life of a streamer. The lion's share of your damage comes from the burns. And to a lesser extent, the bleeds. That's a funny looking Robin. This ain't doing damage on Rage Set.
This is Robin in disguise.
This ain't doing shit on Rage Set. Rage Set does not impact pop damage and true damage like burns and bleeds. The Rage Set does nothing. The only unit that might be good on a Rage Set is going to be this one. Because she's the only one that's out here really doing crits. What you got here, Unihorn? Yo, congrats. That is a really nice Soul Weaver piece. The effectiveness is a little weird. It actually might be really good on some knights, too. It's only 9% health, but some knights could use this for the provoke. Yeah, congrats. It's a solid piece, man. GG. 4-turn Rift is the same gear drop rate as Hunts. 3-turn Rift is better than Hunts. 2-turn Rift is significantly better than Hunts. 1-turn Rift is almost double the payout of Hunts when it comes to gear. And remember that Rift is gold positive. With Hunts, half of your gear comes from going over to the steel workshop and then crafting 10 pieces of gear, which is going to cost $250,000 gold. Rift you just get the gear without spending $250,000 gold. So Rift is a lot more friendly on your gold reserves than Hunts, because you don't have to spend to get the gear. Rift just gives you the gear. But Hunts are still better for Reforge mats. And don't forget, in the Hunt loot table... Oh, button, Tristen. I know, Tristen. In the Hunt loot table, you've got mystics that can drop. Not a lot, but they can drop. You got bookmarks that can drop. Again, not a lot, but they can drop. Skystone's powder. Powder can drop. You go over to the Rift loot table. Ain't got any of that shit. None of that. Who's a good replacement for Hazel? Mascot Hazel. See what I did there? I've heard of people doing with Tamarin. It is slow and it is clunky and it is inefficient. If you don't have Hazel, go and farm Hunts until your Hazel is ready. Then come back and try Rift. It's as simple as that. Is there an optimal speed? 200 speed Hazel, 190 speed Mercedes, 180 speed Robin or Aramentha, base speed Carrot. That's it. Real easy to remember. 200, 190, 180. Right down the line. Buffer, shackle remover, burn unit. Slow ass unit. Simple as that. How good is the charm income from Rift? You guys slide over to Google and you type in TristenWulf farm and do a search. One of the first results that's going to come up is millions of gold an hour, but most importantly, it is the best places to farm in 2025 video. Go watch this video, and in this video, I do a whole ass chart that breaks this down for you. So Hunts give you, based on charms, Hunts give you 1.9 charms per stamina, whereas Rift gives you 1.3 charms for stamina. So you get about... You get about 50% more charms from Hunts than you do from Rift. But you get 25% more gear. I'm sorry, that's Stigma. But you get, I didn't math it out, but trust me, you get about twice, if you can one turn clear, you get about twice the gear from Rift that you do from Hunts. But you get more Reforge mats from Hunts than you do from Rift. And more importantly, they're specifically targeted. And you get powder, mystics, etc. Rift is only better than Hunts when it comes to gold economy and raw gear. And it is significantly, almost twice as good as Hunts when it comes to getting gear. And about, I mean, not spending gold on having to get the gear is so freaking good. And the quality of gear is better. Hunts only drop purple and reds. Whereas, I'm sorry, Rift only drops purples and reds, whereas Hunts drop blue. So yeah, if you are just looking for gear, you farm Rift. If you're just looking for crafting mats, you farm Hunts. If you're just looking for charms, we don't farm either. You go farm freaking Adventure or Eulogy for a Saint. If you're just looking for gold, then you don't farm any of this shit. You farm Eulogy for a Saint or the high-end Adventures. If you're looking for runes, you farm Spirit or Altar. Its chart's broken. If you're looking for AP, you farm any of the adventures. I broke this down in such a way to try to make it as clear as mud for anybody that there is no best place to farm in Epic 7 other than what resource is roadblocking you. What good is having hundreds of pieces of gear with 5 speed substats on them, you know, there's 42 gear score and all of that if you've got no gold to level them, no charms to upgrade them, no Reforge mats, if you've got no units to put them on because you didn't farm the AP to get the catalysts to make your units. The word of the day is The phrase of the day is maximum return on investment. What do you need? Are you sitting there with 5 million gold? Your ass should be nowhere near Rift or Hunts. Your ass should be parked in Eulogy or in the high-end episodes where you are making 35 to 40 gold per stamina. Sorry. We are making 47 to 5,600 gold per stamina. If you have got all your units geared, but you've got a whole bunch of units that are sitting at level at 4-star because you don't have the catalyst to level them, you should be doing all of the story stuff to get your AP to catalyst up those guys. You know, if you've got a shit ton of gear, but they're all sitting at level 85 because you're plumb out of Reforge mats, you should be farming hunts to get your Reforge mats so that you can level up your gears. So yeah. Always focus on the best return on investment. This is true for Epic 7 as well as real life. This is real life advice, guys. Always be looking for the maximum return on investment and ways to double dip your account. And search for TristenWulf farm if you want this video, but here's a link to it if you guys want to check it out. It breaks it down. I even do it in silly tier list form for those of you who like tier lists better. And it goes through all the different stages. And for the guy who asked earlier, is Eulogy for a Saint 3.7 better than 3.9? No. All of the Eulogy for Saint stage 3s pay out the same as long as it's got the cross swords. I just farm 3.7 because it's the easiest for me to one-shot, depending on the units you want to run. All of them pay out the same. You can just farm the one that's got the catalyst you need, I guess. TED Talk number 2. Okay, let's get our asses to RC8 so we can make a new guide. I'm asking because the game automatically places on 3.9 and I'm lazy. Do a run of 3.7, then exit out of Eulogy, and then go back in. It should place you on 3.7. It should place you on the last stage that you did. If you care, though. I mean, if 3.9 works, farm 3.9. I mean, it's don't fix what ain't broken. I just find 3.9. I can do 3.9 in or 3.7 in like 20 seconds. And I kind of just stopped there. I never looked beyond it. Everybody thinks Gray's Field 3.7 is the best because that's what I show in my video. But whichever one you can farm the fastest is really the best for you. I think buffed Hua's... Okay, yeah, Indestructible Gators will be better on Holiday Euphine if you make sure you bottom out her crit, but only... God, it's so subjective. It's a 50% chance with Soul's Artifact, but it's a 50-50 shot to proc. It's a 100% chance to proc on Gators, but it's only a 1-turn burn. So is a 2-turn burn at 50% better or worse than a 1-turn burn at 100%? Especially, that's actually at an 85% chance because there's a chance it doesn't proc because you crit. Yee, I don't know, man. I don't know which is going to be better on Euphine. And again, I come back down to Robin, Aramentha, and Carrot. The three, if you any combination of 2 of those 3 units. Where's my room? Look at the bar right now. Where is the room for Holiday Euphine to put more burns on this boss? Where's the room for Indestructible Gators to proc? Right now, Mercedes is going, and if this was Euphine, she did nothing. She put no burns on there because the bar is maxed out with debuffs, and that is the whole reason we're running Mercedes. So Holiday Euphine, she might be a replacement for Robin, a crappy replacement for Robin. She could potentially replace Carrot, but why? It's really hard to find a replacement for these units because Smilegate. Now here, I would have gotten a burn out of that one, right? Because I'm between phases. So that might make up for that one round where I didn't have, where I was full up on burns, but also don't forget this extra attack is clearing so many of the, of these shackles. Now it's got me up to 6 shackles. That's going to be harder to do with Holiday Euphine only doing 1. Maintaining 5 or above shackles is going to be really tough, and that is the key to the big dick damage right there. Can you use Caladra Artifact on Carrot? No. You could use it on Mercedes. Caladra damage increase impacts only the attack itself. It doesn't impact the damage of the burns or the pop damage. Never thought I would need 3 max candlesticks at once. My brother in Christ. Right now I have candlestick on my mascot Hazel and no one else. I went ahead and put Robin on her own artifact, and I've got Carrot on Severed Horn Wand. You don't have to have 3. It's just an option. I put it on there because it was relatively accessible, but you could run. I think Candlestick, if you've only got 1, Mascot Hazel is the best. Oh my god, look at this run, guys. Look at this run. Oh my god, 11.9% left. 88% clear on a single entry. Oh, and Suki's got a really good point, too. Holiday Euphine is one of the better anti-cleave units out there. If you don't like being cleaved, she's really heckin' good. She is one of the best answers to that annoying Teiyu cleave, which thankfully is not seeing much anymore. You're going to build her totally different if you run her in this. Burn damage is 60% of your attack based on the time of application. And it is raw 60% of your attack. It is not modified by damage boosting artifacts like Caladra. It is modified by attack boosting artifacts. Is Candlestick better than Warhorn on Hazel? Candlestick on Hazel is going to cycle her around a little faster, so you're more likely to keep your greater attack buff up more often. But I would put Warhorn on Carrot before I would put it on Hazel, if you got a choice. I think Candlestick's just too good on Hazel. But if you're having trouble staying alive, too, you can also put a healing artifact like Touch of Rekos. All these things are just min-maxing. You're just squeezing a couple extra percent. Maybe you clear in... maybe instead of doing 16%, you do 25%. That's still a 2-turn clear, my friend. It's really not that big of a difference. Yeah, and guys, if... Oh, hang on. I legitimately... Smilegate's DMing me. What's this say? He just said nice. He was glad Mr. Pokey got his stuff. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. We're going to let Joe take a well-deserved nap, man. He streamed for hours. Everybody say night, Joe. He deserves the rest, guys. He deserves the rest. Yes, that is Joe K5. He is visiting the Aramantha that lives behind his eyelids. Yeah, he did mad work for us last night, guys. Joe, Sue, Cookie, Professor Loki. People put in the miles on this. How close are we to RC8? We need 11 more clears. Unless I'm lucky and get pet procs. And then we can really, really see if we can get this down to a 1-turn clear. Don't spend Sky Stones on stamina, guys. I got an allowance. Okay, we'll just run that shit in the background and take care of some other stuff, like getting super lucky. So glad I pulled a third one so I could have one for RTA. Somebody, right? Some big brain's going to come up with a way to use her, right? What's up, Tristen? I had a dream about you yesterday. Clearing Wisp of Solo Ross on Goblin Gear. God damn it. Smilegate immediately banned my account. That's a wild dream. I swear to God. If this is Robin, she's in here, isn't she? She's freaking in here. Oh, she's not. I'm genuinely surprised. After banner ends, that's crazy. Because she's in here. Or isn't she? So only ML5s show up in the pool. Huh.
Let us meet again on the other side of terror.
Any verdict on Holiday Euphene and Rift? Mediocre. Well, you know what? I may as well use this now. When I can't accidentally get another she might Holiday Euphene might be better in Rift after Gators gets an update, but mediocre. Let's do this while I can't get Robin, because one thing I don't need is another freaking Robin. Yeah, I knew ML5 showed up immediately, so I just assumed. Don't be sad about it, guys, because the way you would need to build Holiday Euphene for Rift would be very not the way you would build her for RTA. And she's so good in RTA.
What do I sell? Well, what do you come back soon?
RGB is after their banner. Today I learned. Nice consistency, Epic 7. You know what else is awful? 7 hours last night, going from about 80 million gold down to 65 million gold, moving gear around, changing gear on everybody. And then waking up this morning and remembering that I had this free unequipped ticket that I didn't use last night. Cirilla burns. Yeah, Cirilla, your once you get past your core unit, your fourth pick options, Dingo, Cirilla, Charlotte, Polyphene, Aramintha. Who am I missing? It's like at least 5. Fire Dingo. I said Fire Dingo. No, Fire Dingo is very good, but you know, it's not quite as good as Aramintha or Robin. They're still the best. Like if Robin's a 10 and Aramintha's an 8, then all of the other options are like 5, but they still get it done. What's the best way to farm gold? Just gold, nothing else, just gold. You want a hard focus on gold? You go into the side story. You fire up your book of memories. You drop 900 Skystones if you don't have one of these laying around, and you unlock the story Eulogy for a Saint. You farm your ass all the way through Eulogy for a Saint until you get to chapter 3, right? Till you get to this Inside the Sanctuary chapter 3, and you look for these levels with the cross swords. They all pay exactly the same. And you start farming the dog shit out of these, and it's easy. Is it going to let me farm it? No, because I've got too many things. Hang on here. Transmit. Bye, Maya. It's been real. And you just zoom through this, right? And it's fast, right? Check it. Helps if her skills are on. Try again. Game. Okay. So. Dead. 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 What's this? A round 4? And a round 5? This is what makes Eulogy so good, is a 5-round fight that you can zoom through in like 20 seconds. And it drops 270 Stigma, right? You take this Stigma, so 270 per run times 30 runs, 70. times 30. So about 8,100 stigma in 30 runs, which is about 15 minutes. So that times 4, so about 32,000 stigma an hour. Just running this, 32,000 stigma an hour. I know, I'm rounding to make life easier. We're going to take that stigma, we're going to go over to the sanctuary. And you're going to go over to the Forest of Souls. And growth altar, buy penguins. And let's do 32,000. So I'm just going to round down to make it easy. I'm going to buy this 6 times. And we'll call that 30,000. So hang on, let me get rid of my penguins so I can give you a fair read on this. Let me see. Arrange. Keep forgetting I can do this. Okay, I got rid of all my penguins. So we'll go and we'll buy. There's 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, 30,000, roughly 32,000 worth of penguins, right? So now I take that 32,000 worth of penguins. I go back over to my backpack. Now that was 1 hour of farming, right? We just kind of mathed it out. That was 1 hour of farming. And we arrange. And we just made 3.3 million gold in 1 hour of farming. But wait, there's more. That was 3.3 million in 1 hour of farming. You can also go over to the shop.
What do you think?
And you can go down to the normal shop. And if you know you've got the time to farm, you've got all day to farm, you can buy this. It's a 50% booster to XP. XP is what converts into penguins. The overflow of XP converts into penguins. 50% XP is 50% penguins. So now instead of making 3.3 million, we're making 5 million. Instead of 3.3, we're making 5 million gold per run. But wait, there's more. If you do it during an AP event, when you get 50% more, or it's not an AP event, but an XP boosting event, when you get 50% more XP. Are we in one of those right now? I'm not sure if we are. Yeah, it's not even going on right now. If there's an XP boosting event, that's 50% more XP. Now you're making 6.6 million gold per hour. But wait, there's more. If you want to whale just a little tiny bit, you can go over to the shop and you can buy, in the pack section, you buy the monthly pack, the first one, and this gives you a 10% XP boost, which translates into gold. So now you are making, 7 million gold per hour. Give or take. There's some RNG with the penguin drops. Maybe you make 8, maybe you make 6. There's an RNG with the stigma drops. There's some RNG with what penguins pop out, but I'm just trying to give you an idea. That's per hour. Typically, when I get low, I farm Eulogy for a Saint all day for about 10 hours and bang out about 100 million gold, stacking everything just so. It's giga good. Episode 5 does give you a little bit more gold per run, per stamina. But episode 5, there's no way you're clearing episode 5 in 20 seconds. My fastest whale tier team is a 45-second clear. So even though it's maybe 20% more gold, it's half the number of runs per hour. So if you're talking about runs per hour, you're against the clock with using that 12-hour thing you bought, or during a balance patch, you're trying to get as much in. You know, you do you. But Eulogy gives about 25 to 30% more gear charms than episode 5 does as well. So Eulogy is better for gold. It's significantly better for gear charms. It is worse for AP, and you don't get any of the special drops. Adventure has these badass It has these badass proof of courage that you can donate to your shop to get artifacts. It's got the chance to have one of those golden goblin rooms open up where there is the chance for what do you call it? A gold transmit stones. So, and you get AP. You like leveling your units. You like having the catalysts you need to level your units. You want to make sure you farm enough AP that you've got enough that you can buy the freaking catalysts whenever you hecking need them. So, again, there is no one best place to farm. But if you just care about if you just care about gold and some gear charms, then Eulogy is way better. If you need gold and gear charms, but also catalysts, well, then of course you farm adventure. And if you don't need any of that shit, it's just all about gear, then you dive into Rift. And if you need to level up that Rift gear, you need to reforge that Rift gear, maybe you do some hunts. Time and a place for everything, guys. There's no one perfect place to farm. Search for Epics, or search for TristenWulf Farm, and you'll find the video where I go over all of this in detail, the where and the why and the best place to farm, as well as a handy dandy little chart in the middle of the video that shows you the breakdown of everything and why I think certain places are better, how much, when I say E-gold, I'm talking about the combination of gold you get from the thing dropping, the gear being sold, and the penguins being transmitted. When I talk about E-charms, I'm talking about the random charm drops as well as converting the gear into gear powder. That's what that means. And you'll see, like, yeah, hunts are absolute dog water for gold compared to adventure. And Adventure 5 is better gold per stamina than Eulogy for a Saint, but it's 20-second runs versus 2-minute runs. Big difference. So, pick your poison, guys. Maximum return on investment. How about the Renak event? It gives like 90k gold per run just with the bunnies. I didn't math it out. It doesn't feel good, but I haven't really like recorded it and mathed it out. My gut tells me it's not as good, but I can't say for sure. If somebody wants to test that out and let the community know, I will be happy to spread the word and ping their names and promote their socials, but I've just not checked it out, and the event's not going to be around much longer, right? It goes away in 6 days. It just feels so expensive to farm. God damn it, Casper. Also, don't forget to pick this up. At least for an hour, it's an extra 10% gold. Buck's a buck, right? And make sure you're in a guild, and make sure that before you start farming Eulogy or anything, make sure that the Hump Guild has gotten the Blessing of Knowledge. It's another 10% XP buff from your guild. If you don't have, if this buff does not show up, if you are in your lobby and you click on this little wing up here in the corner beside your frame, and you don't see Guild Blessing of Knowledge, start DMing your guild leaders and say, put this shit up or I'm going to find another guild to join. And if they don't, find another guild to join. The whole reason to be in a guild is the personal benefits and community. And if you don't have at least one of those two things, find a better guild. The solo team for Rift yet? No, I've been yapping too much about where to farm. Let's see, how are we doing up here? We need 10 completions. We need to get to RC8, and then we can try to see if we've got a 1-turn clear, or if I'm not sure if Renak's going to solo at 8. I think she'll solo at 15, but we'll try it. Do you think farming hunts is better for bookmarks or the amount of solo you can just go for Rift? I mean, if you are at 9,500 mystics, there's no such thing as too little. If you're at 9,800 mystics, there's no such thing as too little. If it takes you from 46 to 50 mystics and you pull the 5-star, then you're thinking, hot damn, I'm so glad I farmed hunt. But yeah, you're talking about probably less than 10 mystics per 10 entries. So like 10 mystics per 200 stamina. It's a lot. The best way to get mystics is still going to be to rotate the secret shop, but that does take skystones. But yeah, that is one of the benefits of hunts, is you can get bookmarks, you can get mystics, and if those things are giga important to you, if you are very free to play, and that is one of the ways that you farm the mystics to pull the units, then yeah, you do you. You make the smart move for your account. You're basically saying, I'm going to accept a 50% reduction in the volume of gear that I get, and a 20% increase in the cost to level the gear that I got, in exchange for better Reforge mats, chances at mystics, chances at covenants. And there is no wrong answer to that. It's what your account needs. If you're a spender, then it's a non-issue. If you're free to play, suddenly that's a lot more important, and you got to make the best choice for you. I've said it 1,000 times today already. Maybe not 1,000. Math is hard, but I've said it a lot. There is no one perfect place to farm. You've got to focus on the maximum return on investment. And that means looking at what your roadblock is, looking at what's holding you back, what's keeping you from achieving and doing things you want to do in your game, and focusing your farming into that aspect of the game. She appears to be better with her artifact, but only slightly. Candlestick worked just fine on her. So yeah, you do not need her artifact. I think it might be the difference between clearing in, say, clearing in 90 seconds versus clearing in 70 seconds. It might be that level of a difference when you get all the way up. Hindsight being 2020, I wish I hadn't spent stuff on it, but I'm a collection completionist, so I'm fine with getting it. And given this is all info so far, right now, my knowledge to Rift is limited to RC2, RC1 to RC7 range. RC8, RC15, RC21, shit can change. Look at that clear. Damn, that's good. We're so close to one turn clearing. I really hope we get what we need with the next level. Thank you so much for your 30% off video. Hey, you're welcome, I'm Trek. I'm glad that worked out for you. I wish they moved runes to hunts. Farming runes is the worst. I just wish they would come out with a higher level rune, right? Like the big one, the full circle runes, the stop sign runes. Those things are so hard to get. Is Carrot fast or slow? She is slow. Close to base speed as possible. She does not need to take turns. Her passive does enough. She's just there to top off the bleeds or top off the burns when the boss hits her. And to do this. Pop, pop. That really just said 225,000 damage on that pop. Damn. Watch this. The boss is going to hit. The boss self-burned because he hit Carrot. No reason to do anything other than stack attack on her. Robin RTA showcase when? Elf Major Vic Chun should be streaming soon if they're not already. I hear it was not that great of a thing. Turkey's a wonderful country. I visit there often. Yeah, see, we're starting to pick up on these, right? We're starting to get to the point where I can feel not so bad about farming a little bit of Banshee stuff. Okay. Don't try this at home, kids. Skystone farming. Real whale behavior. Oh, this is one other thing to know about Eulogy for a Saint. You do have to manually sell the gear that you get from Eulogy. So every once in a while you have to go in here, select all the green gear, and bulk sell it, whereas Adventure automatically sells it for you. It's just an extra step. Vic has a video on YouTube on Renok and RTA. Not Renok, Robin. Robin and RTA. Unless Vic has one on Robin already. I talked to Vic last night about it. He was not impressed. Oh, God, why a 3 and a 2? It can only be 19 speed on a flat defense main. Do I really need 19 speed on a flat defense main? 20? No, the best I could do is roll a 4, which would take this up to 15. Plus 4 would be 19. And we'll dip out. I don't need 19 speeder on a flat defense main on a prot set. Not about it. Oh, he has a video on Robin. I'd go check that out. I bet it's scathing. Alrighty. Make it worth my while, Smilegate. Okay, thanks for nothing. Look at this high gear score garbage. Is drops on Rift gear better than Hunts and Krats as in gear quality? Hunts can drop blue gear, Rift only drops purple and red. So yeah, the quality is better on Rift. And also you get to specifically farm it, right? Do you farm Wyvern to get hit set? You farm Wyvern for hit set. Do you farm Katie's trying to get revenge set? Because you're going to. But with Rift, you can specifically say, only give me the sets that I want. Don't give me the trash I don't need. So, yeah. The quality is better, and it lets you laser-like focus on the 4 sets you want. So, yeah. Everything, when it comes to gear, and gear alone, everything about Rift is better. It's gold positive. You don't have to spend millions of gold crafting your crafting mats. You don't get blue gear. You get to target the gear you want. Everything about gear is better from Rift. Hunts, however, give you Reforge mats way more than Rift gives you because Hunts have a chance for a 50 drop and you can laser focus on the Reforge mats you need. Hunts have that ever-present chance of dropping mystics and bookmarks, and some people love that shit. I'm not going to get into whether or not that's good or bad. That's each their own. It depends on your spending level. And Hunts are easier to achieve, so they're more new player friendly. Rift is end-game content. So those are 3 good solid reasons why Hunts are better than Rift in certain situations. But if you want to laser focus on things, gear, Rift is always best. Reforge mats, Hunts are always best. AP, Adventure is always best. Gold and Charms, Rift is, or Eulogy for Saints always best. Spirit Altar, if you need runes, that's always best. But in a perfect world, you always want to be multi-farming, right? You'd be like, I need gear, but I also need Reforge mats. Well, maybe you're doing Hunts. I need gear, but I also need gold. Well, Rift is going to be better for you. I need gold and gear charms, but I also need AP. Well, you don't farm Eulogy then, do you? You farm regular Adventure. Always try to find ways to maximize your return on investment, double dipping ideally. Are we going to get a Rune event anytime soon? They do buff events all the damn time, and I almost kind of expect one this weekend in celebration of Rift, and in order to sell more, they know everybody's going to be grinding the shit out of Rift right now, and a lot of people are going to get higher RC levels and run out of leafs. So it would be a really smart time, right? Because everybody's trying out the new thing and then trying to get their levels up to see how far they can push it, and they're going to run out of leafs. So it's a really good time to do an event and then sell leaf packs and sell burning passion packs. I'll legitimately be surprised if there isn't one next weekend as well, just because it makes good financial sense, but nothing's been announced yet. Sorry in advance for promoting the Renac trap on Defense Arena.
Sorry in advance for promoting the Renac trap on Defense Arena. Make your Barunca lowest HP as you can. Damage calculator to make sure the Renac also not at buff. and their divine vessel from Gamble W.
You know what else works really good for a Renok trap? Look how beautiful my boy is. Take a real close look at that HP and tell me what you notice. How much damage does Renok's pop damage do again? Yep. 7k damage. Always kills Arby, always comes back, gabs, wipes their whole fucking team. You know how much damage 5k 300 on triple torrent does off of Arby? It's mind-boggling, especially if he gabs. Especially if he gabs. So yeah, this is a fun thing to do. It's tough. It's hard to get down to 6,000. You got to triple torrent, or I don't think you can get them below 7k. But yeah, this is a fun little anti-Renok tech. It's not perfect by any means. It's not like an ultimate solution, but it's pretty good. I dig it. They better have Briar. Yeah, they better have anti-raise. I use Fire Era instead of Meru for Rift. Yes, and it's significantly worse. I'll explain it to you the way I explained it to everybody, Ellie. If that was Aramentha, that put 1 additional burn on the board. Okay, if this was Aramentha, what does she do? There's no more room for burns. Mercedes gave everyone an attack buff. Mercedes had a chance to attack twice with her S2, removing even more shackles, running the shackle level up even higher. Aramentha's not doing shit because Carrot and Robin already have that bar filled. Now here she would give a burn. But we get 2 hits there, maintaining that 6 shackle level. So that's the problem with Aramentha, is half of the time, she's useless as tits on a boar because you are filled with burns already. Does she work? Yes, but she doesn't work quite as well, quite as efficiently, and it's really hard to recommend a 5-star unit over a 4-star unit when, at best, she works just as good, and at worst, she works worse. Now, some people are swearing by her and they're having some success with her, but we've been doing this now for 7, 8, 9. We've been doing this for 10 hours, non-fucking stop, and every bit of testing we've done has put Mercedes. See that double hit, and we got rid of both of those blue buffs up here from that double hit, and now we're full of burns, and now Aramentha's going, but there's no more room for burns, but we're Mercedes. She double hits, gets extra damage in. There are so... Yeah, my wife says the same thing. A friend of mine was talking about what's the point on the point of tits on men, and my wife said, "'Cause women like them too." So yeah, I mean, you guys do you build them how you build whatever team you want to build. If you don't want to bugger up your carrot that you're using in Nightmare Raid and you want to use Aramentha, you know what? It's still a 2-turn clear. Instead of doing 85% and then kill, you're maybe doing 75% and then kill. Still works. So yeah, there is no wrong answer as long as the end goal is the same. And I think by RC21, all of us are going to just be soloing Robin anyway. Hell, I think by RC15, we're all going to be soloing Robin, but we'll see. Is it normal to turn 2-turn clear before RC8? We've been 2-turn clearing since RC4, consistently since RC6. I think RC7 RC6 to 7 you should be consistently 2-turn clearing, and unless your gear is not end level gear. Wait, we can't friendship farm those runes. We can't friendship farm those runes. We can't friendship farm. What do you mean you can't friendship farm the runes? You can friendship farm anything except with Quick Battle. Quick Battle does not let you friendship farm. Oh, if you're talking about friendship farming Rift, just remember, you can friendship farm Rift, but you can only friendship farm fire units. So, Yeah, you could load up 3 fire units that die right out of the gate, and then friendship farm with just Renak. But yeah, it's only fire units. But yeah, theoretically you could, but you're going to run out of fire units to friendship farm real fast. What does vampirism buff do? Self-healing. Self-healing, so theoretically we can get rid of Carrot and just self-heal. But we might need to put damage on Renak to make the vampirism worth it. We'll have to see. The solar relic only works with 1 unit. What if the other units die? Like on the initial thing, it does its blast and everybody dies except the solo unit. Would it not work then? When is the new Constellation PvE mode? I've heard a rumor that it's going to be revealed in the next news burst we get on Tuesday, but it's just a rumor around the water cooler. I've got no confirmed timeline on it yet. We just know it's coming soon. Soon, TM. Yeah, I think we'll probably have to get some crit chance and crit damage on Robin for the vampirism to heal her enough. But we'll see. We'll know soon. Yes, sir. Exclamation point song. You want the song. Be patient, just like Collabs. Assign only out. Oh, if it does say assign only 1 ally, then yeah. Yeah, no friendship farming then. That's lame. Why would they do that? Just to keep us from friendship farming. They worried we're going to slap Shuri on there and cheat with speed units again? Shuri and Surin for speed? I guess Shuri and Surin would be a shit ton of speed, though. What was that, 28 speed to the back slot? Is there another fire unit that does speed? Yeah, Veronica. Not Veronica. Yeah, Veronica, yeah. You could do plus 32 speed with those 3 units. Nasty. We're halfway to RC8, guys. Yeah, Fire Shuri, Surin, and Veronica. Nasty. Does Shurley give speed to the front spot? Does he? I thought that was I thought the front spot was Silk. Do I have him backwards? I thought Shuri was top and back and Silk was top and front. Do I've got that backwards?
Then again,
Maybe I had that backwards. I guess we know what's check. Oh, nope. It would work. He does the back slot. Yeah, it's Silk that does the front slot. You had me for a minute there, RHD. Bihu, so close to greatness.
Ooh, shit. Oh, man.
Hey, Joe, go take a nap.
Yeah. I zoned out. Holy shit.
Hey, man, you put in the miles. We all appreciate you. Everybody said good night and sleep well.
I am...
Go catch some Z's, man. Go check out that Aramintha who lives behind your eyelids.
I'm gonna go pass out.
All good.
I'm gonna go see these Arias in the dreams. Yep.
Take care, buddy.
Alright. Yep.
For all this Rift units, should I Mola max them? I would put Robin on Grace of Growth, because I think once Rift is over, she's going to be about as useful as Kane, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll find some places for her outside of the occasional Abyss floor and once a month use against Devour Arahakan. So I would Grace of Growth the shit out of Robin for now. Mercedes is a plus 15 unit, and she's cheap. Mascot Hazel doesn't need plus 15, but I would at least go for the ones that give her skill cooldowns. And remember, she doesn't take Mola, she only takes Stigma, so she's a cheap level up. And Carrot only takes Stigma, so she's a free unit to level or to Mola up. So yeah, I mean, 2 3-stars don't take Mola at all. Mercedes is the only one that really is kind of worth it. Yeah, so you don't really need, and you don't really even need to Mola Mercedes. Yeah, I just do it, man. This team is actual 0 investment cost. You're right. Molaing it will make it faster, make it more efficient. But it's not required. Yeah, just Grace of Growth. Use Grace of Growth on Robin. Totally worth it. There's no buff event, right? Correct. There's no current buff event. There will probably be one this weekend because I think it makes sense, but nothing's confirmed. I'm kind of glad she's not on Fenny level somehow. Me too. Me too. Hey, it means I get to make more guides, right? We get one for each RC level instead of just use Fene, press auto, go. Maybe she can be used for some nightmare. Devour Arahakan. She seems to work really freaking well for that. Joe told me she is god tier for that. Zoop. What sets should you farm generally? Whatever sets you have Reforge mats for. Look at your Reforge mats. Whichever Reforge mats you have the most of, make sure you're farming sets from that. If you got a shit ton of Golem Reforge mats, be farming Protection, HP, Defense. If you've got a shit ton of Azimanic Reforge mats, make sure you're farming, at least be sure you're farming Immunity. If you got a whole bunch of Wyvern mats, then farm Speed set. If it's all the same, if it's all equal, the best sets in the game are Speed set number 1, Destruction set number 2, and Immunity set number 3. And that 4th set's kind of player's choice, right? Counter, Protection, Pen, Torrent, all those are good for that 4th set. And just rotate that around based on where your Reforge mats lie, what you're building. But, you know, if you're gearing a specific unit, you want to build your Abyssal Euphine and you need Lifesteal, we'll put Lifesteal set in the list. I don't know. Hopefully that helps it out. I hate that the answer is, I don't know, what do you need? But it actually kind of is. What do you need? I can tell you what it isn't. You aren't going to be out there farming hit set, revenge, unity set, and defense set. If you are, you're a madman. The I need a hug set. Ouch. Show me plus 60. Oh. My pet's not proccing. Oh, somebody did ask about the pet. I've got 2 pets. You don't need 2 pets. The pet skills you want are the additional chance of a piece of equipment. I mean, duh. 1 out of every 10 runs, you get an extra piece of gear. This is the most important set out there. The whole reason you're doing Rift is for gear, so you make sure you've got this skill on here above all else. The second most important one to have is 20% chance to receive a charm. 1 out of every 5 runs, you're going to get a charm, and you're going to be getting so damn much gear, you're going to be charm poor. You're going to be so charm poor that eventually you're going to have to alternate Rift with Eulogy or Rift with Adventure to make sure you got enough charms to cover the amount of gear that you're getting from this event. So these are by far and away the 2 most important. The third one is a flex pick. You don't need the third one. You can run double S and be perfectly happy. But if you want to min-max, until you're RC21, the 10% chance to receive double Rift energy and score is best, because that will get you leveled up faster. Getting 60 instead of 30 per run, it's like getting a free run. So this is the best one early on. But once you hit RC21, this does nothing for you. So I do have a second pet for RC21 where I've added the 5% chance for Reforge mats. Reforge mats are a problem, but it's just 5%. That's once every 20 runs. It's not that impactful. So again, double S. Go for double S on Rift, equipment and charms. And if you want to pick up the gear score or the Reforge mats to min-max it, go for it, but don't chase it. Don't spend gold chasing it. It's just a nice little bonus, right? It's a little perk that you can get. It's certainly not required. Rage definitely offers more damage. At early RC levels, Rage should do more damage than Destro. At higher RC levels, it should balance out and be very similar, if not worse. That's just the way the multiplicative nature of damage stacking works. And in Rift, there is a lot of damage stacking. This will get into the triple digits. And once this gets into the triple digits, this multiplicative with the 30% from Rage set really waters this down. Frantic Flight on Robin and RC21? I think maybe. Because we're going to be going damage. I think Frantic Flight maybe by RC8. We'll see. $7-10 split that defense right there, didn't I? Rip. I said defense and I meant speed. Guys, I might be a little sleep deprived. Well, look at this beautiful 30 gear score garbage. Man. This piece of gear does everything and nothing all at the same time. Ugh, worst speed check of my life. Thank you. It would actually make me ill if that was my first 25 speeder. Speed Aramentha, speed on Robin. 180 speed. Yeah, 180 speed. Seems to be the good speed point for them. Turn order matters more than speed. Turn order matters more than speed. You want the turn order to be Hazel, Mercedes, and then Robin / Aramentha. So turn order matters the most. Right now I'm running 200 Hazel, 190 Mercedes, 180 for the Robin or Aramentha spot, and then Carrot's base. It's not like it's some magic esoteric number and you've got to be exactly that number. If you want to run 210, 200, 190, or you want to run 190, 180, 170, it should still work just fine. But I wouldn't go slower than 170 on your Robin or Aramentha, though. At that point, the Rift boss, the Acalypton's going to lap you, and you're not going to get nearly as much damage. So this team is the final now for RC1 through RC7. This is the final. Once we get to RC8, I think things are going to change. And that's the way of it. Usually you hit an RC tier and the team shifts slightly. Sometimes it might be something as simple as the way we gear Robin might change. Or whether or not we get rid of Carrot and put Charlotte in might change. We'll just have to see. We'll know soon. When we get there, we'll test it out.
Just as planned. Blaze.
I'm going to give you guys a good song to listen to while I go make a sandwich. I'll be right back.
Obey me. Obey me.
Damages. I'm gonna try not to smack my lips in your ears and not be all ASMR, but I'm hungry, so you have to deal with me eating on stream. Which RC buff to take at level 2? If you're running Robin, you want the first one, the 100% and the extension. If you're not running Robin, if you're running Aramintha instead of Robin, you go for the burn one.
Oh my. Call. Unveil your eye of terror.
It's okay, everything I eat looks good on me. What level are we now? We are closing in on RC8.
Obey me. Obey me. Obey me.
Obey me.
Obey me.
I thought I'd be getting some rest.
Statistically, the odds are on my side.
Oh, baby. Does sound like she's saying, oh, baby, doesn't it? How fast are the runs? 1.2. 1.2 turn clears. Tristen, do you have OF? OF. I don't know. What's OF? Oh. OnlyFans. It was funny, man. There was a couple that used to stream together. Their channel's called Level Up Together. They were some of the coolest people out there, and they were E7 streamers from forever ago. Some of the old timers here may remember them. And Arcaden was the guy, and Katie was the girl. And they had a redeem that was a really loud jump scare noise that always startled Arcaden 100% of the time. 85% clear in one entry. It always startled Arcaden, but it was a paid redeem, and they kept like blasting him and scaring the shit out of him. And he got mad about it one time, and Katie just leans in and goes, "Okay, Arcaden, you only have two choices here. You either get scared or you show your boob on OnlyFans. Those are your only two choices. We gotta pay the bills." I miss those guys. They were a blast. They just got better paying jobs that they enjoyed, and streaming just kind of took a back seat to it. They started making real money, like real money. Streaming can be an income, but it is not easy. It is not an easy job. Not an easy thing to make your primary job on. And I don't know, they just kind of fell out of love with it a bit. I thought they would come back. I don't think they quit gaming. Or at least not right away. I know Arkin was still playing Lost Ark pretty heavily back in the day, but they kind of stopped streaming. Yeah, he had some of the best Abyss guides. Orbis Flans. I like calling it Orbis Flans. Hey guys, I'm a new player watching at 3 a.m. and I pulled Robin instantly.
I don't know.
Congrats on winning the game. What artifact should I use for RC if I don't have Candlestick? Do you have her artifact?
Then again,
Her artifact would be ideal if you don't have Candlestick. if you don't have Candlestick or her artifact, I would run Frantic Flight, the free one that you get from the event size story, the Witch on the Broom one. I'd run that one.
Beyond the abyss to the ends of futility.
You think CERN will be viable after RC8? The problem with CERN, the problem with all the bleed units is burns do about 4 to 5 times the damage of bleeds. I mean, should definitely be viable. You're definitely going to clear. I just don't know if you're going to be full clearing in one turn. We had almost no success with bleed units. Nah, that's a good and reasonable fear to have, Just. I would not pull for her artifact. In fact, you could probably just do a random 10 pull on Covenants and get Candlestick more likely than you would get her artifact. Not recommending you do that either. I'm just saying, sooner or later, you'll pick yourself up a Candlestick. It is a very easy to get artifact. Here, check it out. I got 3 at plus 30 and 1 at plus 15. But beyond that, if I go over here, you know what? I might have sold them. I bet I sold them. I think I sold them to get Robin's artifact. And I still got 5 here. So I could theoretically make another plus 30 out of that plus 15. So I got still some of my storage. I mean, and I've sold hundreds of them over the years. You'll get a Candlestick eventually. You'll get so many Candlesticks, you'll be going, great, another freaking Candlestick. How much should I Mola Robin? 0. You should slap her on Grace of Growth and not touch her again until we find out if she's got any use outside of Rift. I think she's going to be like Kayn. You put her on Grace of Growth, and once Rift is over, that was a sloppy run. We only did 35% on that entry instead of 16. If we find uses for her, then she has earned your Mola Gore. Go ahead and put it into her. But I would Grace of Growth her. Really, really. I cannot think of a better use of your Grace of Growth. If you've already dedicated your Grace of Growth to someone else, ask yourself, has that person earned their Mola, and then Mola them and put her on Grace. I don't like New Kid Auden. She's my second least favorite character in the game. I think she's annoying, and the best thing we could ever do with New Kid Auden, or with any Auden in general, is we could put her in a burlap sack, load it down with rocks, tie a knot in it, and throw it over the edge of the ship. But kit-wise, she's really hecking strong, and after her buff, she is pretty nasty. I've seen some people do some horrific things with New Kid Auden, and I'll probably build her and use her, because in this meta, you have to use things you don't like using, but it is what it is. My Grace is on Fenris. Swap it. Swap it, and then instead of using Fenris on Expeditions, use Wukong. He works just fine. Or use a level 50 Fenris. That'll still work there, too. I have Schneel on my Grace for Banshee. Should I replace him with her? Yeah. Schneel works at level 50. And Schneel is also pretty good in RTA as well, when people drop freaking Death Dealer Rays on your ass. Schneel's got one of the highest win rates in RTA. This is it, guys. We'll be RC8 after this. Where is it? Try to find my new Kid Auden build for the guy that asked for it. Oh my god. Ow! Welcome to the Wolf Pack. I came across one of my favorite memes. Check it out. Wait a minute, why isn't it showing? This gets me every time. There you go. That's a pretty fierce Auden. I got one guildmate that's tried to do this, and that's pretty freaking insane. The injury set is wild, but that's some crazy gear right there. I think the Destro Pen's a little bit easier to build. Yeah, I think so too, Suki. RC8 does nothing for Robin or for damage. Yeah, but it might make Charlotte a better pick than Mercedes. We'll have to see. Ooh, that was a really bad run. Is it just me, or does Robin feel kind of unfinished? Like, honestly, as a Rift unit, having some... I think they went overboard with Fene, and they pulled back to try to not have another Fene situation, but they pulled back too hard. I think Robin... Her S1 needed to be a burn, not a bleed. The bleed on there is stupid. Her artifact maybe needed to not have a one-turn cooldown. I don't know. There's just things they could have done to make her a little bit better here that wouldn't have broken her. But, yeah. Hey, Tristen, longtime viewer. I am looking for your opinion on not pulling Robin for Robin. What if she gets 10 speed EE halfway through Rift like they gave Wukong to be more usable in Arena RTA? I can't conceive of an EE that would make her better in this for stats, but it's always possible. It's always possible, right? It's always possible. And once her banner's gone, it's going to be hard to get her again. Unless you do the buyer banner. And what you're worried about is very likely to happen because they're going to want to sell the banner like they sold the Wukong banner, like they sold the Fene banner. You think people are going to buy that $10 go get your Robin banner? The way she's performing? I think it's likely she will get an emergency buff here in the next couple of days or next week. Or it's very likely that she will get an EE buff or balance before Rift is gone. But ask yourself this. Do I have Aramentha? If the answer is yes, you're going to one turn clear by RC21. And unless the EE change or the buff makes her good outside of Rift, what's the difference between one turn clearing in 30 seconds versus one turn clearing in 40 seconds? Or there and abouts. You get what I'm saying, right? I mean, one turn's still one turn. So does it really make that much of a difference? I would still lean towards, if you're free to play and you're worried about what's coming down the pipe, don't get her. Save your resources. She doesn't look necessary. But if you're worried about buffs, remember, no unit in this game stays terrible forever unless it's named Operator Sigrid. Look at Death Dealer Ray. Look at Arbiter Vildred. Look at Blood Moon Haste. Look at Hua Young and then not Hua Young and then Hua Young again and then not Hua Young. Look at Apoc Ravi. All these units were dog water, Greenlandy. All these units were universally seen as the worst freaking units in the game, and suddenly they're irreplaceable broken monstrosities. So you never know. Something might happen down the road. And that's why a lot of people pull for collector purposes. But she's not a limited unit, and she's got a side story. So 6 months from now, you can force her side story and get her if she's good 6 months from now. If she's good 3 months from now, you could spend the $10 and create her banner that way. If you're free to play, though, and you've got Aramentha, I'd advise you to pass at this point. At this point. It's still real early. We ain't even out of the honeymoon phase, guys. She's not even been out for 24 hours yet. So that's just my take so far, and that could change. Firelitica and Mort, good examples. Mediator Queric, he was always kind of good, just like Ambitious Tywin, and then got broken as hell with his buffs. Okay, guys, we are RC8. Has our life changed? Okay, so we get Vampirism onto the Ranger Hero in the back row, which I don't really think does anything for us. Makes us a little bit more stable, but we still can't run without a Soul Weaver or the rest of our team dies. So I think this is a future investment one. After a Thief Hero in the back row, that's not going to happen. When a Knight Hero in the front uses an attack that targets all enemies, increases damage dealt by 60% for each shackle. That, I think, is going to be better than Mercedes. I think. Maybe. Let's do one run with the current team and then compare it to Mrs. Gale Wind. Yeah, I think that Ranger one is specifically designed for, well, you know, it could let us theoretically run. Well, no, we couldn't run softer because we'll just get one shot. Yeah, I think it's really for just solo. I think this is the point in time, because remember, what's Mercedes' job? Mercedes' job was spamming extra attacks for the shackle and doing lots of damage. If Charlotte out damages her, then it might be time for Meru to step aside. We just got to see. So we'll compare both. But it legitimately might just be the same goddamn team. And we're one turn clearing by like RC 9 or 10 because we'll have enough extra damage from our Rift controllers that we're full clearing. Because right now, the only difference between this and RC 7 is we got 8% extra crit damage, or 8% extra damage. Galewind Banner is Elbrus Ritual Sword. It's a hell of a banner, though, man. Elbrus is one of the best knight artifacts out there. It used to be the best knight artifact, and then Mort came along and shit on all things counter. It's still used on a Fiend. Yeah, for people who want to build the inferior version of Fiend, it is definitely used there. There's plenty of units who use it. Right? I mean, there's, Bellion, no, that's 3F. There's, shit, who uses it now? Landy? Who uses it that's a real unit? Navy Captain Landy? Again, who uses it that's a real unit? Mort? That's diabolical. Charles after his buff? Maybe. 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 Brieg? That's a wild take, but I like what you're thinking. Yeah, wow. Its usefulness has plummeted quite a bit, hasn't it? Elbrus FCC? Weird. Armin, good take. Definitely used on Armin. Green Armin. For sure, for sure. Yeah, man, look, when Mort's sealed, you'll be glad you have that counter set and Elbrus on there. For real, counter set and Elbrus on Mort with his passive is like an 85% counter rate. It's wild how much he counters. People get so mad because they think they're getting so unlucky when literally it's just like he is geared to counter almost every single time. Green Armin, we're reaching. Nah, Green Armin's a more real unit than frickin' Landy. Okay, we did 13.85. Very, very similar to last run. Let me show you a most beautiful and perfect Green Armin. Get fucked. Best anti-cleave unit in the game, bar none. Me gusta, me gusto. You get what I mean. Okay, so let's okay, so how do we want to do Charlotte? Get in there, fire 4 head, fire 8 head. I think we're going to want justice for all. We're going to want to have constant buff uptime. Because without a buff, she doesn't AoE, and we're going to need constant buffs. I know I have a justice for all here somewhere. Somewhere. None of these matter. I guess technically this Vortex one would be the best. Because it's the only one that actually does something. What about Elbrus here? Counters are turned off in Rift. So Elbrus, I believe Elbrus is described as a counter, so it wouldn't work. Yeah, see little screamy heads over top of everybody? Terror cannot trigger a counter attack and dual attack. We just hit RCA8, Nick, so we're checking out to see how Carrot sizes up in place of Mercedes. So far, I'm really, really unimpressed by the damage. Really unimpressed. But to be fair, we could probably gear Carrot a little bit better. Gale wind. Yeah, I met Charlotte Anyo. Again, 4 hours of sleep. Did Sue get his upload up? God damn, what a machine. I'm glad he did, though. Yeah, it was... I went to bed at 5:30, man. Went to bed at 5 and tossed and turned for half hour. Eventually fell asleep at 5:30. Man, 2 carrots. Can you imagine if we could run dupes in this stuff? Guys, this is not good. This is not good at all. Okay, so we're going to do this a little different. We're going to go giga damage on Charlotte. Giga damage on Charlotte. And see if we can get her to be usable. Because right now, this is not it. And I really want it to be it. I really want the RC8 team to be different than the RC2 through 7 team. But so far, it's looking like it might not be. It might still be the same team. Yeah, because Meru gets the extra attacks because Magic for Friends procs when Elbrus won't. Yeah, it's barely 50%, guys. It's still a 2-turn clear, but it ain't the 85% damage as we were seeing before. Yeah, it's a little better. I think we're down to about 30% now. 35%. 28%. It's not bad. It got the job done. It's close, right? I think if we get some giga damage on Charlotte, maybe we use Frantic Flight on her. At RC15, yeah, I think she solos at RC15 for sure. Yeah, I think very likely solos at RC15, and solo's really fast at RC21. Maybe it's time for Haste and Robin. The problem is Haste, he's going to put a whole bunch of bleeds on there, and that's really going to nerf our damage. I want you guys to watch the damage. I'm going to try to screenshot the damage on this hit. You ready for this? Oh, I missed it. We'll get it when Carrot does her S1 here. Shit, I missed it again. Bleeds are so much less damage than burns. So much less damage. Yeah, 238k. Good ammo. To be fair, we can ramp Charlotte's damage through the heckin' roof. Do we need 4K attack on Mercedes? No. The more attack, the better. The more attack, the more damage you do. Gale wind. That was 100k gale wind. With no real artifact bonus. Okay. Let's go juice our Swamp Queen up here. Okay, so with this artifact, we're only going to need... With this artifact, we're only going to need 40% crit chance. We'll go with Destro and Torrent. She's an attack scaler. I'm going to put crit down. We're in crit damage. We don't need effect or effect resistance. We're in the front, so we need a little bit of HP. Let's try to keep her in the 180 to 190 range. Oh, fam. Isn't this exactly the same as the build on the left? Okay. That's too slow. It's really no different. Other than taking gear off of everybody, it's really not that different. Oh, that's right. She always crits now. She doesn't do it. Man, it's been so long since I've used Carrot. Back in the day, she got 50% crit. Now she always crits. It's been a minute. I can't make her crit any less. Unless I Fribbles it. Let's try this for right now. Let's see. What if we do this? That's less damage. I'm gonna need Fribbles to make this any tighter, guys. It's stupid not to give that to the burn units. Okay, I guess we're just going to see what Frantic Flight and 3 more speed does for her. Simple select cell. Okay, wish our Swamp Queen luck. Our goal is like around 13 to 16%. We can get down to 13 to 16%. Maybe she's the way, right? Maybe she's the way. Another thing we can do is to replace Carrot with... No, we won't have enough burns if we replace Carrot with Mercedes. What team would you recommend now? On a 1 to 10 scale, Robin's a 10, Aramintha's an 8, any other unit in that back slot is like a 5. All of them will work. It's just ones will, you know, you want to be 2 turn clearing by RC6, or do you want to wait till RC9 to 2 turn clear? Do you want to be 1 turn clearing by RC15? Or do you want to be 1 turn clearing by RC13? Do you want to be soloing at RC15? Or do you want to just go ahead and run a full team all the way to the end and be 1 turn clearing? Those are really your questions on whether or not Robin is worth it to you. Because that's all she does is make this bigger, better, faster. But at the end of the day, when you're RC21, everything that you could possibly think of. Literally, I think you could 3-man it. You could Carrot, Mercedes, Hazel, and 1 turn clear it with just those 3 units at RC21, and that's it. And not need any 5 stars. So, yeah. I think if you are worried about resources, you're wanting to save up for limiteds and stuff, you totally skip Robin. So far, she's got no use in the game whatsoever, other than making Rift faster and more efficient. Yeah, check the video linked in the description, and the second video is me clearing Rift without Robin just as efficiently. I can do a 2-turn clear now. You'll be able to 1-turn clear without Robin if you use Aramentha. And if you don't have Aramentha, you'll just have to get to like RC 15, 16, 17 range to 1-turn clear. But yeah, it's totally doable without Robin. It's just Robin's going to let you 2-turn clear faster than without. 1-turn clear faster without. Solo. She's going to have some nice things there. Damage check. Gale wins. I didn't see it. How much was it? That good, huh? 120? Nice. That's more than it's more than Meru pumps out. But I'm not liking our shackles. We need to get our shackles back up to 5 to 6 range. Oh my god, we were buff blocked, so we didn't get an AoE hit. That sucked. Juan Enchilada! Thank you so much for the 4-month sub, buddy. I appreciate you. My Robin's 180 speed. Oh, it's not bad again, guys. It's not bad, but it's still objectively worse than Mercedes. We're going to give her one more try before we just say, hey, you know what? This is the team you run all the way to RC 15. What do you think, Adariel? Do we slow Charlotte down or do we speed Charlotte up? Do we get her to take more attacks for more damage, or do we slow her down so that she's not taking up turns that should be used for burns? So far, Alvin, no. So far, she is not better, but we've got to tinker with speed a little bit. Slow her down, says Evan. Okay. Also, Kane does AoE with Ignore bleed. Yeah, the problem there, though, is, Evan, you're stacking bleeds, which are about 1/5 of the damage of burns. Every bleed that's on the board is a spot for there to not be a burn. Yeah, we did try a mega damage Kane, and we did about... It was only at RC2, but we did about 10%. It was terrible. Bleeds are so bad in this. If you put gators on them, then you can't run crit, so you're back to losing your damage.
I thought I'd be getting some rest. That hurt.
No, but look at the board. Where are more burns going to go? Where are we going to fit more burns on this boss? He's already pretty freaking filled up. That's why we run Mercedes instead of Aramentha. You don't need more burns. Big D damage. That was 117,000. Her damage is good, but... Let's run Kane on his own... We tried it, man. It was terrible. The bleeds take up the places of the burns, and then we do less pop damage on the burns. Okay, let's... Yeah, and that's a good point too, Shio. Gator, until the 5th, gators don't work on any AoE. Okay. The crit's stupid, but can't be helped. Do we really want to try her at base speed, guys? I'm worried she's going to die. She's going to get hit a lot. I don't think she's going to die. I think she's not going to live at this point. That's better. 21 crit damage is a chonk, though. No, you can't CR push. Yeah, it's evidently in one of the skills, Evan, but yeah, it's we tried Idle's Cheer. It was kind of hidden. I'm not sure speeding her up is going to matter that much, guys. We'd have to speed her up a lot, and that's going to CR push the boss, which means less time to get the burns on there. All to have her do she'll be basically doing less damage than Meru to do the same number of attacks as Meru. I don't think speed's going to cut it. Needs the debuff. I just want a junkyard dog to be finally useful. Yeah. I don't know, guys. Well, it's to give one of these freaking RCs a use, right? I mean, look at this entire Rift controller bar does nothing. Knight in the front hero does 60% more damage, but is still doing objectively less than Meru. Thief in the back row, for people that are going the bleed route, who haven't realized that burns are 5 times the damage of bleeds. And then Vampirism, this is going to work in conjunction with the RC15 to let you solo, but down here it doesn't do jack or squat, except, help keep the Robin alive for the rare times Robin gets nuked out of existence. It just feels bad that none of these artifacts really do anything for us. I want Charlotte to work. I want somebody to work here because I want to have an RC8 video, and I'm sad that I'm just gonna change my existing video to say RC1 to RC7. I'm gonna change to say RC1 to RC14. It's boring. Unlikely, but you know what? I'm down. I'm down. Okay, base speed, rage set. It's on there. She has to be in the front to get the bonus, right? Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's the other thing that's hurting us too, is we've pulled Carrot out of the front, which is less burns on the boss. If we didn't have to have Charlotte in the front, I think Carrot in the front, this would be fine. But Charlotte in the front is really hurting us on the burns. Go fix the controllers. Yeah, Knight in the front row. Yeah, give me 1 second, J-Rod. I gotta make a little room here. You might want the EE as well so she isn't debuffed. It only procs on Gale Wind. Right? I think it only procs on Gale Wind. And I don't want to go buy an EE. Ooh. Oh. Shit, Black Dragon. That's hilarious. No, it's fine, Yanni. It's almost a meme now, but yeah, the problem with Bihu is he does increase the damage by 10%, or however much he increases burn damage by, but then you have Bihu on your team, who brings absolutely nothing to the fight. And that's the sad, sorry truth of it. 30%, yeah. 30% increase to damage isn't worth losing a whole ass unit to do things. And he literally just sits there. He's just there for his passive. It's pretty tragic, actually. Okay, Go Gadget Rage Set Aramintha. Shit, I forgot to show you my Robin. I got you, J-Rods. If you, where are you at? If you type !Discord, you'll get a link to my Discord channel. And if you go to my Discord channel, you will find a room called Wulf's Rift Guide. And in Wulf Rift's Guide will be a Rift 2025 guide. And if you click on that, it's got the video, it's got the units I'm using, how they're built, options. It's got the build for Hazel, the speed, details and information on what artifacts I like on them, and alternatives if you don't have Robin, and more alternatives if you don't have Aramintha, and why I think Bleed Team is ass. So all that stuff's right there for you, but since you asked for Robin specifically, there she is in all her Robin-ness glory. Oh. Burns are 60% of your attack, and bleeds, I think, are 30% of your attack. Is that right? Or is it 20%? 20 or 25? It's really low. It's a small percentage of your attack. The theory was... Oh, yeah, for those of you on YouTube, it's in the description of the stream. But I'll go ahead and copy and paste it for you guys. Yeah, I believe bleeds are either 25 or 30% of your attack, whereas burns are 60% of your attack, so it's significantly more damage. The thing is that typically units that do bleeds, they do 2 or 3 bleeds at a time. Units that do burns, they only do 1 or 2 burns, and that was kind of the balance behind it. But since we're filling up the bar already, any bleed we have on this bar, I mean, look at this Dragon's bar. We don't have a lot of room. And by the time Carrot does her S3, if there was a bleed on there, right now, if there was a bleed on there, we wouldn't get that burn. There'd be no room for it. So it's just one less room. Oh my god, this is terrible. Okay, base speed Charlotte is not freaking it. This is terrible. Let's try going the... oops, god damn it, Tristen. Let's try going the other route, right? The other direction. So base speed on Charlotte is giga ass. So let's try... And the problem is I don't have a lot of speed on my rage pieces. Oh, you know what? I wasn't looking at everything. Let's do that. Hello there. It's a lot less damage, but she's literally more than twice as fast. Okay. Let's give this a try. See how it dials in. Let's get disappointed on 4 pieces of gear. I can't wait to sit on my couch tonight and re-gear my whole freaking account. Really, game? Really? This better be a 4. It indeed was a 7, ProCube. Thanks for making me feel better about it. Hello, so now we need Charlotte to do Rift? No, we're just testing her out, Jacko. So far, it's not going well. This is kind of the last step in the test. Of course I'm not using free unequip. You think I'm poor? Free unequip is for people without gold. Just say you're broke. It's not that I forgot, it's intentional! Intentional! Flashback Tamaskin. Okay, so our goal is to get below 16%. If we're below 16%, it's got a shot. And then maybe we fribbles a little bit more detail into it. Hey Tristen, does Renox Pilfer proc Green Eufiend's passive push? No, it's not a debuff. It's a status effect, so it would not. Same would go for Lethe's skill, I think. Lethe's effect. Actually, Lethe's effect is blue, not gold, so Lethe's effect might proc it, but Renox should not. Now, to be fair, spaghetti coding, it shouldn't, based on Smilegate rules, but it doesn't mean they didn't code it wrong. Would have to test it to be sure. I could be wrong. I've never actually tested it, but the way they explain how debuffs work and how status effects work, it should not proc it. But based on the way the description is written, Harsetti shouldn't stop designer Lilibet, but she does. Because Smilegate doesn't English so well, so I would test it before I go and lose an RTA match over it. Get into a mock room. It's real easy to test, man. Find somebody with Eufiend, get into a mock room, and push a button. See what happens. Dude, I just made a phone call, and I'm getting 5 Tama coins off the new car I'm buying this weekend. It's crazy, 5 Tama coins. I miss Renok. You miss Renok? What game are you playing that you aren't seeing Renok every freaking day of your life? Yeah, we've been asking for a Guild War test mode forever, and they're just like, well, just use the mock battles. I'm like, you can't take the same units. I can't draft the same unit my enemy drafts, which makes it a weird way to test Guild Wars when a lot of times it's like, oh, well, I'm going to take Arunca into his Arunca, but I've got better units to deal with the back row. So yeah, we've been pushing for it, but you know, Smilegate's probably sitting there going, that's nice and stuff. Or we could make some packs and sell for more money. Oh my God, guys. The best build was the middle of the road build. The middle of the road build got us into the 25 to 30% range, which is still nowhere near what Mercedes is doing. I'll brainstorm with a few other people, guys, but I don't think Meru's it. It's a twofold thing, right? It's Meru doing the extra attacks is the first big thing for Meru. I think Smilegate forgot that Magic for Friends is not a counter, and Magic for Friends countering is huge. And the other thing is Carrot's passive, letting her burn when she's hit, and having Carrot in the front being a constant source of burns. I mean, we could do one more Space Seal. Let me run this, and then we'll just do one more with Charlotte, but I don't think those unbuffables were enough to make up 50% damage. I mean, we were down almost 40% damage there. Do you think the unbuffable was that important? That it took 40% of our damage away? On top of that, too, Meru gives attack buff to everybody. So that when the Acalypton strips, that's one additional chance to get an attack buff back up. Is Meru better than Charlotte? Right now, Ace, she looks significantly better than Charlotte, which makes all of the RC8 Rift cores absolutely useless until you get to RC15 and there's synergy. So, what do you guys think about Ilanov? Would Fire Ilanov potentially be good? She only really has one AoE, though. Yeah, that's a lot of turns wasted for Ilanov. I know Sue tried her last night, but that was at RC2. That was without the buff. I mean, that S3 would hit like a freaking truck, but then she's got several rounds of doing nothing. Fire CC. Fire CC does have 2 AoE skills, but her mods are not good. She's not going to do a lot of damage. So, she works, but I mean, at that point in time, she's just an objectively worse Mercedes. Candlestick CC? Yeah, Candlestick CC would, she would proc her S2, S3s a lot more often. You can try it. It's a 50-50 shot to proc, and our issue is not burns. We're loaded with burns. So much cleaner. We have so many more burns. How is Ara in comparison to Meru? Okay, one more time for the OZ in the back. We're going to go over this real quick. The reason that Mercedes is better than Aramentha at this point in time, why are we running Aramentha? Burns, right? Why are we running Holiday Euphine? Burns, right? It's all about getting additional burns on the bar because that's where the majority of our damage is. So when Robin does this and puts all those burns on there, what's Aramentha doing here? She's adding maybe 1 burn. Now Carrot's doing this. Okay, Aramentha, Mercedes. Aramentha's about to go next. What's Aramentha doing now? Now she could actually get 1 more burn on the bar. There's not a lot of room. A lot of times our bar is completely full and there's no more room for burns. Whereas Mercedes is bringing a shit ton of damage and doing these extra attacks, is running our shackle level up, is making sure that these stupid blue buffs are going away. Now, on those attacks right there, it would have been good. We would have gotten some burns back. We could have filled the bar up with a little more burns, but it's not that big of a difference. Half of the rounds, Aramentha is doing nothing. The other half, she's adding more burns. Mercedes, however, is doing something every single round, and that's what's making her a little bit better. We're finding Araminta works fine in place of Mercedes, but pound for pound, Mercedes consistently better. Like if we're doing 20 to 40% clears on Mercedes, we're doing 30 to 50% clears on Araminta. It's in the same window, and people are saying no, Araminta's better. Just haven't done enough runs because there's a shit ton of RNG in this fight. There's a big window. Use whatever's working for you. They're both 2-turn clears. They will both eventually be 1-turn clears, especially if you aren't using your Araminta anywhere and you don't want to fuck her up your Nightmare Raid Mercedes. Yeah, of course. Go for it. Do the smart thing by your account. But yeah. Yeah, Era is an additional detonate too, which may or may not be good. I'm less worried about the detonation anymore because whether the Acalypton detonates or Kara detonates is not a huge difference. See, right now, this is a good place where Araminta would be better, right? Because Araminta would put a whole bunch of burns on that Mercedes isn't. Mercedes does get the double attack in, which is nice. So there, in that round, Araminta would have been better. But now we're coming up to Araminta's turn again. And look at that bar. Araminta has got no more room for bleeds, so she did nothing there for us. So that's the push and the shove of it, right? As long as you're filling your bar up with debuffs, you don't need more debuffers. You don't need Junkyard Dog. You don't need Holiday Euphine. You don't need Araminta. But if you're not running Robin, you sure as shit need Araminta because you gotta get those burns somewhere. So that's the long and the short of it. That's why we like Mercedes. Her extra attacks, her Magic for Friends proc, her ability to bring herself back to life if shit hits the fan and she dies, the serious damage she brings, all those things synergize so well with this on top of the attack buff that you get from Mercedes, because the Acalypton does this stupid skill right here and strips all of the nice attack buffs that Mascot Hazel gave you. Mercedes is just one more shot at giving attack buffs back and keeping the damage rolling. That, by the way, this skill right here is one of the big reasons for the variance in the damage. So why sometimes you do 16% and sometimes you do 30% left on the bar is because if this happens and then you get the greater attack buff, you're doing great. But if you do the greater attack buff and then this happens, then your damage sucks. How about Era with Charlotte? Isn't that what we ran before? Or did we run Carrot and Charlotte? We could try Era and Charlotte, but... I don't know. I guess we could try it. Is attack percent or crit damage better on Mercedes? Whichever gives you the highest damage output. Use the damage calculator and figure it out. She's just a damage unit, so whatever gives you the best MCD, go for that. Everyone else attack neck though, because everyone else burns scale directly off of your caster's attack, and it's the attack when you apply the burn. It remembers it. So if you're gabbed for the first burn, you're not gabbed for the second burn. They will do different damage. Does burn do more damage with defense break? Boss is immune to defense break, so it doesn't matter. But I believe burns penetrate 70%. So with defense break, they should do more damage, but... Hey, guys, we're good friends now. Yeah, the round with Justice for All went pretty freaking good. Okay, so let's, for science. Get 8 head in, and, This is a great example of when Destro set can be better than Rage set. This is way more than the 30% damage boost from Rage set. Way more. Okay, we're going to try 214, and if this doesn't work, we'll slow her down. We'll go ahead and leave this in place for this round. And see how it goes, and then we can JFA her. Oh, wait, is she glass? I was so busy looking at the stats. Let's try it, but yeah. That's a little scary. Maybe, if we dodge effectiveness. It's gotta dodge effectiveness. Okay. You have my attention, Smilegate. Nice little piece there. Not bad at all. HP set, attack main. Weird. Weird. HP defense with HP and ER. God, the defense main is so weird on boots. Ruel, maybe? ER check, is it though? Is it really? Okay, I'm good. Double minimum roll, I'm good. Okay, show me what you got, 8-head. Blammo! 16k with nothing there. Okay, it's a good chunk of burns. Gale, wind. How much damage? 26, 47, 47. Houston, we have a problem. That's a one dead 8-head, guys. Okay. I mean, we kind of knew it, right? Going in, we kind of knew it was 2 glass. Not bad. Not bad. 2,300 extra bulk. Even better. Literally changes nothing. Swamp Queen round 2. Yeah, that's fine, Jacko. She doesn't really, I mean, you know, if she has speed, it doesn't hurt anything, but she doesn't need speed. The reason I want to run her slower is it gives other people a chance to build up the burns, for her to pop it, and then for other people to build the burns up again so that the boss can naturally pop. It just flows better in the fight. 99k damage on that one. Frantic Flight's still stacking on her. Rat located on Etheria. You guys looking forward to the Etheria launch? We're going to stream day one if you guys want to hang with us. We'll probably go live about 11 a.m. Eastern time and go check out the full launch. Alternate to Araminta is Robin. If you're running Robin, the alternate to Araminta is Carrot. Why are we changing comps? Because we just got to RC8 and we want to see if the new devices work out for us at all. So far, it's not been good. Okay, we're maximum Frantic Flight now. $64k damage there. Gale wins. I mean, that's a beautiful damage chunk there, right? 140k damage. Was that 140? It's nice damage, but it's only when she does her S3. Her S1 is not that much damage, and this was barely 50% of the bar, man. Barely 50% of the bar. When we're doing like 85 to 90% of the bar with Meru. I don't think that we can stack her in such a way that we're going to make up about 40% more damage. I'll go stew on it a bit, guys, but yeah, I hate to say it, but RC8 doesn't matter, and just keep running the OG team. I'll put my head together with Sue and Loki and some of the other big brains and see if we can figure something out, but nothing is scratching this team. Now, once we get to RC15, I think shit's going to change big time. And by change, I think it means we're just going to run Robin and nothing else. I already did, Odin. I switched it. From which RC can Charlotte be useful with this comp? Yeah, about that, Otaku. It's not looking good for Fire Forehead. I mean, I would say if you don't have the other units, but who doesn't have Mercedes and Carrot, really? Yeah, the only advantage from RC8 is the vampirism does make her unkillable. She's going to constantly heal herself. That's pretty much it. To be fair, we haven't tested Candlestick Cecilia. We haven't tested Ilanov, but I just don't see that right there. Magic for Friends. 2 free counter hits off turn, and I get to attack buff my whole ass team. Charlotte can't compete with that. If her Gale Winds was on a 2-turn cooldown, maybe. Since she's on Vampirism, do you still need Hazel? I got 2 other units that need to not die. What do you think, guys? Do we want to try to solo with her? We'd have to change her to damage. We'd have to get some crit chance on her, I think. I'm watching her heal up here. Does she heal all the way up from this? No, not even close. So we definitely need some damage. No, Mero's already at plus 30. It just gives a good chunk of flat attack to her. You'd need minimum 5.5k attack. That's easy enough. Okay, we're going to try this, and then I'm going to wrap it up. Because I got places to go and people to beat. Okay, recommended, included, chance crit damage, effectiveness, attack, no defense, little HP, little speed, everything. Ooh. Maybe I spoke too soon. Let's just try it and see. We might have to put the Mercedes pieces back after this, but let's just try it and see. Complete chapter 3, the Bellion chapter. You get it when Meru goes through her specialty change at the end of chapter 3. If you don't have that, you could run. If you don't have that done yet, one, you may not be ready for Rift gear-wise. But if you think you are, then instead of using Meru in that situation where you don't have her artifact and specialty change done yet, then I would run Aramentha or Charlotte in her place. Would still be fine. God, her effectiveness is giga-fucked too, guys. She is so stat-hungry. 30. Guys, because I mean, we're losing the Meru effectiveness buff, we're losing the Hazel effectiveness buff. We're losing the Carrot effectiveness buff. Oh my god, her stats are going to be terrible, guys. Yeah, it's gonna be like 500 gear score. It is what it is. Alrighty. We've got the effectiveness now. Do you want to drop Frantic Flight? Or drop this already? Let's just drop this already and put Frantic Flight on her. Right? Or do we want the extra chance to burn? We might need the extra chance to burn with nobody else. I could be 90. What? With this artifact, I could be 90. But without this artifact, I'm worried we're not going to have the burn power if I go Frantic Flight, but let's give it a shot. This is such a bad idea. I'm sorry, Robin. You didn't deserve this. Chat made me do it. No, I've got the left controllers on. God damn, I'm funny. Ah. We definitely need more gear slots. We also need Tug speed to not exist. GG, Smilegate. Damn, can't make this shit up, can you? Brace for impact. Ow, holy shit. That damn near one-shot her, guys. When she's injured, I don't know if she can... No, this is not gonna work. I think the answer is no. No, not even close. She's a ranger. Rangers are so squishy, guys. They aren't falling off. The boss self-detonates at certain points in the fight, so it's just extra bonus damage when you detonate them manually. But you're getting value out of them. Policy. If you watch, you'll notice it says detonate over the boss when he uses his ultimate skill. Victorious Flag I don't think will work because the boss is a dark unit. Ow. Got a little further. Yeah. No, fam. It's the same ass team we've been running. Let me update the title of the stream. Road to RC 15, where maybe things will be different. That's all we got, guys. Your RC15 team is second verse, same as the first. Bloodstone for extra healing. Just when I thought I was out, you pulled me back in. We still have the problem of it does so much damage with that initial hit. As soon as we get injuries stacked up, how do we not just get one shot? I mean, Bloodstone can't heal if we're not alive to do an attack. Yeah, he just, I mean, look at that. That did 70% of her health in one hit. We'll have to ramp her up to like, and even with Bloodstone, she's not full healing. How do we keep ahead of it? We ramp her health up, that's going to lower our damage even more. We ramp her speed up, that's going to lower her damage, which is going to lower her healing. Now, guys, I don't know if a solo's in the card. It's starting to give me doubts that solo's in the card for even higher up RCs. We'll have to wait and see for RC15. Until then, second verse, same as the first. But hey, you know what? It's almost a one-turn clear at RC8. It is almost a one-turn clear. I think by maybe RC10 or 11, it's going to be a one-turn clear. All right, RC10 or 11, we got one-turn clear. Until then, run the original team. Make your Robin unkillable up here. Don't change anything. Grind your ass to RC15. I'll work on that, and probably by tomorrow or the day after, I'll be at RC15. We can test out some new stuff there, see if we can find anything better or more efficient. But, I mean, holy crap, guys. 2-turn clears by RC6. 1-turn clear by RC12, 13 range. With free-to-play units, and you don't even need Robin. You can do it with Aramentha. This is a hard rift, but it's really friendly for people that don't have Robin, and it's pretty free to play friendly. And when I say free to play, I mean units, not gear. It is gear hungry. Remember, it's end game content. If you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 months into the game, you can't do this. That's on purpose. That's intentional. They want you to have stuff to enjoy down the road while you're enjoying the stuff that is at your level. Just do your hunts, grind your gear, and enjoy the damn game, and you will get to Rift sooner than you can believe. All right, guys, let's find somebody to raid into. I've got to pee like a racehorse and then go get some food. Let's see, who is streaming? Ah, my boy Kev. Let's all go say hi to Kev Strife. Ask him to show us how good Robin is in RTA. He'll love that. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all your support and help last night, and all your support and help today, and not making fun of me too much for being a sleep-deprived mushmouth. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what